Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I have my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him $50. Oh my god. Burped and it smells. I know everyone wanted to know that. I said it. Yo, what is up? Yo. The run is adding? I don't know if the run is, if the ad is running right now, but since it is, Cincinnati's, what? Since it is, I might as well talk to myself and to whoever's listening. No, 1 minute left. Music is too loud. You're not supposed to hear me. Yeah. But now you can. Yeah, I just talk to myself sometimes. I was mumbling. Gomennasai. Alright. Let's just go straight to it. What's up? Oh, wait, actually. Just wanted to turn that off. Okay. Ooh, better. What's up, bro? What's up today? Today, we're gonna do something crazy, okay? We're gonna continue Mario. But as you can see on the top right, my heartbeat is there. I want to try to get my heartbeat there every stream for the rest of the Mario stuff. And I've set it up. Sub 20. Hell yeah. I've set it up so it's legal. So if I actually get sub 20, I could actually put it on the speedrun website. Before we were using the practice ROM. We're not using the practice ROM anymore. We're done practicing, baby. So that should be cool. I don't know if
Monkey do good.
Thank you.
Monkey do very
good.
good.
Do good. Yeah. Oh, so I don't know. What's up with you guys, though? How was your party, Chris? And how was your day, Doctor? But yeah, we're just going to do runs today. And I'm going to try to remain as calm as possible. I think I just want to chill. I don't want to, like, get mad. I'm not expecting anything is what I'm trying to say. I want it to be minus... I want to get sub 20... You know, later. It's too early to get in now. So, I don't mind if we don't do well today. It was good. Just chilled with friends and family. Nice. Wow. I'm not going to press my wow button. Too far away. Oh, I didn't even check if it works with this. I should have checked it. Should I check it now? Oh, it actually has the Mario music. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that. I didn't think about that. Usually we just have the sound effects on so people could play music. I don't want to hear the Mario music. Do you guys want to hear the Mario music? I could turn it off so that there is no Mario music, or I could leave it on. I'm just gonna turn it off. I wanted the sound effects there though. I'll have to figure it out. Sound effects. Sound effects. You know, I've been remembering my dreams a lot lately. I think that's pretty cool. I was thinking of making a new channel again. I have so many YouTube channels, but like on challenges. So like, since we're doing these challenges on Twitch, I want to make like these big videos from them and put them on YouTube or something. Yeah, again. Hey, listen, okay? Most of the channels I've made, I'm actually using. Okay. All right, so I have a shorts channel that I'm using. I have the main channel that, you know, has uploads. I have the archive channel that has stuff up. I got rid of the anime reactions channel. I think I'll bring that back eventually, but not yet. I'm not ready for that yet. Yeah. And then this new channel will be like only once a month uploads, but they'll be like heavily edited and stuff. Hopefully, if I can do that. I'll have to spend more time editing and stuff, but listen, that's the grind, baby. I don't know. Very, very weird. For weird. But that's the hope. That's the grind. Okay. Wow, it looks amazing. This game looks so cool. There we go. Okay, we're gonna skip this song. It's too slow.
Hello there.
What's up, Dinell? How you doing? Haha, yeah. Why are you doing ... with your yes? How you doing, bro? Look at my heart rate, baby. Welcome back. Super Bowl Sunday? F that, bro. I was at my cousin's house watching the Super Bowl, and I'm like, bro, I gotta stream. I gotta become a goddamn Super Mario speedrunner god. Okay? Welcome back. How you doing, Dino? How you doing? How was the bar from the other day? Okay, this works properly. That's good. This is the original emulator, which I normally don't use. Let's see if I could fix it a little bit. It's a bit off, right? Is that better? I can't tell. Okay, now it's better, I think. I think that's better. It's actually a bit off again. God damn it. Bar was crazy, really? That's a high rate. What? 84 is high? Wait, where did it go to? I saw my teacher made out with her and saw... What the hell? You made out with your teacher? What? You're joking. How old is she? I'm trying to make this like perfect and it's not being perfect. It's driving me crazy. Whatever, that looks fine enough. Alright guys, that looks good. That looks good. Yeah, we're just gonna say yes even if it doesn't, okay? That's crazy. Teacher that handsome? Oh, it's a guy? Nothing wrong with that. Oh, he said made out with her, though. Well, girls could be handsome, right? How was my day yesterday? Bro, I don't remember, to be honest. What the hell did I do yesterday? We streamed. That was fun. I don't know. I was very sassy yesterday on stream.
Hello there.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just regular. What's up, Angel? Today I went to my cousin's house to watch a bit of the Super Bowl, eat a lot of food, and then I came back to goddamn stream, baby. She's fine for a 50-year-old. Jesus. Are you serious? You made out with a 50-year-old teacher? It's mad weird, bro. When? When did I go? So I just came back from my cousin's house. Because I was like, I gotta stream, baby. I gotta beat this goddamn game. When did I ask? Oh, it's so funny. Anyway. You guys could song request, by the way. I am going to turn off stupid rewards like break my internet. Okay? Because F you, Dino. Apparently my heart rate is going up for some reason. I know, right? Alright, let's start. Let's goddamn start the run. Enough of this bullshit. Just kidding. No more break my internet, exactly. We'll have break my internet, just no more until I get sub 20, like when we do this. Because bro, I have to submit the run if I get under 20 minutes. What is this song? You want a bamba? You want to chill with the big boys? The hell is this? Yo. How was your day, Angel and Doctor? Gonna move my heart rate monitor. Hopefully it doesn't screw it up. Yo, this is actually mad catchy. What the hell? It's good? Great to hear, baby. Excited for school tomorrow? That was bad. I got some head from the hookup. Oh, yeah. How was that? Did you actually? The hell? Bro, it sounds so weird to hear, bro. You're so young, bro. Did it feel good? W. Everyone's getting W's. Goddamn partying. Goddamn getting the head. Goddamn making out with a 50-year-old teacher. And what have I done? I've been playing Super Mario. Nah, I don't play off stream at all, actually. That was bad. Jump! I swear to God, I can't jump on this thing half the time. This song is crap. I'll send pics to Discord. Alright. I become a god during that moment. Okay. How about you, Doctor? Did I press the wrong button? How about... Yeah, I did press the wrong button. How about you, Doctor? Did you have any... Okay, the song is, like, nice, and now I like it. Before it was annoying. Doctor, did you have an interesting day? Super Bowl 69, baby. I can't wait till that happens. Gonna be a huge streamer, right, guys? Lol. XD. Lol W. XD. Haha. Cringe. Lol W. What? I took my Polaroid and met some cool people. Oh, that's cool. Wait. Can you explain to me how you made out with your teacher? Like, what was the What was the process behind that? You just saw your teacher and you're like, hey, you drunk over here? And she's like, yeah, I'm drunk. Who are you? And you're like, I'm your student. You don't remember? And she's like, oh, I remember you. How could I forget? Like, how did that happen? It was a great ice. Ah, that was bad. Too far away. There we go. Is that good? Oh, that was good. Who made out with the teacher? Dinao. It was a great icebreaker. She came up to me in my group and was like, I know you. What the hell? She just came up to me and she's like, I know you. And what did you say? Yeah, I'm your student? Or were you like, oh, I must have seen you someplace? That's mad weird, bro. Jesus Christ. She better give you an A. You guys are weird people. And that's coming from Ping Pong Masters. Get off. Oh my God, I almost screwed that up. W. We talked for a moment and she had to join and I said, let's go smoke outside. What are these songs? They're actually catchy. I am a weirdo. I know. She had to join and said, let's go smoke outside. The bird is the word. Ooh, first try. Hell yeah. They're all from me too. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm surprised. Just kidding. Went outside and I got lucky. Yeah, but like, did you tell her you're a student? Or did she not know? It's from Family Guy? Bro, I don't care about Family Guy, okay? The only American show that's good, cartoon-wise, in my humble opinion, that I like, I should say. Not that's good. But that I like is like Simpsons. And even Simpsons, I don't like that much. Yeah, of course. Bro, that's mad weird, bro. Next time we see her, it's probably going to be really weird. I was when I was 12, like 10 years ago. Huh? You were what? Oh, it's your teacher from when you were like 12 years old? What the hell? I don't know if that's weirder or not. Everyone wanted her? But that's mad weird. What the hell? I thought this was like a current teacher. I don't know. I always found that weird, bro. I never saw a teacher and was like, oh, she's hot. Even the like cute ones, I was just like, bro, she's a teacher. I don't know. It's just mad weird. It's like if I went to like my aunt and I thought she was hot or something. It just doesn't make sense in my head. Damn it. I screwed up. There's the owl. She was fine. She looks older, but still fine. Imagine you had sexual relations with her. I did not have sexual. I thought that countless times. You guys are mad weird. Shit, I screwed up because I was talking to you guys. So where the hell is this dumbass owl going? Oh my god, bro. Owl! I hate this game. I hate this game. Change the camera. Nice. Nice, owl. Nice. God damn it. I should stop looking at chat. You guys ruin everything. Just kidding. I love you guys. Where's this stupid ass owl? There it is. Bad run, just end it. No! Why would I end it? Look at that, bro. Look at the best possible time and look at my best run. There's no reason to end it. You guys are dumb. Look at the best possible time. I could literally still get a PB. I probably won't, but it's possible. Okay? Be logical, guys. Be logical. Be logical like I am. I'm not going to get under 20 minutes. I'm not going to end every run that's not under 20 minutes. That's dumb. Then I won't have practice with the other areas of the game, and I'll never get sub 20. That's not why, though. Honestly, it's because... Honestly... Shit, that was terrible. What the hell? Just finish it, damn ping, you've grown. Hell yeah. Into a shut up! You're so stupid. Okay, it's a pretty bad run at this point. No more song requests. What the hell? A bitch would do another run instead of continue. So you're stupid. What's your favorite jolly? You guys are dumb, okay? Okay? It doesn't make sense. Your reasoning makes no sense. You guys are triggering me. Even now, it doesn't make sense to stop the run, to be honest. Look at this skill, baby. You telling me to stop when I have skill? Okay, I don't. What's your favorite Jolly Rancher? I don't like Jolly Ranchers. Call of Duty flavor? Is that an actual thing? Was that what? How is that a sexual thing? What? Nah, but seriously, the run is not over yet, guys. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Okay, God damn it, Mario, get up! Jesus. Thank you. Oh. See? It's still okay. I'm still 2.5 minutes ahead. It's okay. See? It's still green, guys. It's still green. Don't question my mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The song is screwing me up. I'm not Indian, guys. I really hope the song's Indian and I'm not just... You could have been 4 minutes at... Oh my god, bro. What are you saying? I could have, but I'm not. Bro, I will never be 4 minutes ahead at this point of time. I shouldn't say never, but if I ever am, it would take a lot more practice. You sure do look like what? It is in debt. What? Bro, I live in America. Can you speak English? You know all those streamers? There's so many streamers that say English only. Bro, that's racist, bro. I don't get it. Why do they say that? Ah! There we go. Ah! Okay. All right, I'm resetting. Will you guys shut up now that I'm resetting? That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was for sure bad. Yo, my name is Pink. And I got a big stiling-a-ling. You got this? Thank you. It is Indian? Oh, okay. Yo. How many people care about the Super Bowl here? Raise your hands. Type a 1 in chat if you care about the Super Bowl. Hell yeah, no one cares about it. Let's go. None. That's why we're here. Let's go, baby. Same.
Hello there.
I did reset. 2. Hell yeah. 1 out of 2. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it. I was watching it and I was like, I don't care. I'll be honest though, it is kind of interesting sometimes when it's really close, but not that interesting, bro. Cool song, cool song. That was bad, but it's okay. That's not the end of the run. End of the run. But I don't got a gun. And I don't have a son. I got a bun. I don't know. The hell? What is that, Patrick? Why does it look so scary? I'm not gonna lie though, once I get like sub 24 or something, I'm gonna look into ways to minimize all my time to become more efficient in movement, because I'm definitely not moving as, you see, like, look at that stupid ping pong mouse. I'm not moving as quick as I could be moving. Really? Ah! Let me jump! Are you serious? Fuck this game, bro. I love this game, guys. I told myself I wouldn't get frustrated. Yo. 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 Yo, 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 yo. What was that jumping? Let's go, baby. Super Mario. Let us just go. I'm a big bro. I don't even know. Yo. I need my heartbeat to go up to 135. You know what's crazy? If I die on stream, everyone will know. Isn't that crazy? Like, if I go to the bathroom and you just see my heart rate go to 0, it'll be like, oh, what happened there?
1 2 3 4. How many N-words are on my store? 5 6 7 8. How many kids can I rape? Ping pong has been waiting for me to suck his
You
dick
made
and
me
give
screw
himself
up!
a little
Shut
bit of
up!
cum in his mouth.
Oh my
Some random
God.
shit I'm saying.
Stupid. Oh, I got it. That's okay. Learn to take control.
Hello there.
Hi. What's up, Nate? Skip this song. What's up, Nathan? How you doing? Doctor, can you someone skip this song? This song is shit. Okay, it sounds stupid. Skip it. I don't like it. It sounds like shit. Skip this song too, bro. What the hell are you putting? You're putting like such shit songs. I'm doing good. Sorry, doctor. How are you doing? Oh, you said you're good. Glad to hear it. She's such an idiot, bro. You're such an idiot. Why do I feel like Sleepy is in the chat right now? I did stream yesterday. You weren't here. I put all your TikToks, bro. We did I was gonna have hot sauce if I laughed, but I didn't laugh. Challenge. I'm gonna ban those stupid ass songs, bro. The last one, the one I just don't like them. They're not stupid. I just don't like them. I found a good video for you to react to. Nice. Nice. You know, lately I've been getting very grumpy. I don't know if you guys notice it. It's super info heavy. Well, if you think it's a good video that I'll react to, then yeah. We'll see how it goes. Isn't this the German, like, goddamn Nazi, like, thing or some shit? It's about getting shiny Pokemon? Okay. Is it time of the month for you, Pink? It feels like it, bro. You're such an idiot, Angel. Ugh. So I was right, I did not get the notification? Oh. You didn't? Oh, that's annoying. Is that why we only had 8,000 viewers instead of 10,000? Weird. Well, I'm here now, baby. I'm here now. Okay, can you skip the fucking Holocaust song or whatever? The Nazi song? And you know what? Nah, I'm not that mad. I sit on the bus and listen to this. Yeah, because you're fucking crazy. Why'd I go back in? Ah, God damn. That's okay. It doesn't waste too much time. I am and I'm proud. Alright, then get banned. Just kidding. Nah, this song's fine. Alright, I'm just putting my songs. You guys suck ass at putting. You guys suck. Blame Angel for anyone who wanted to put music. It's his fault. And we're gonna lose a lot of time on the run because I don't care. That's what you get. Fucking putting stupid ass music. Okay. I'm gonna redo the run. There we go. No, I'm not gonna ban you, bro. I don't think I've banned anyone or had anyone banned or whatever. except like a few people. We're literally just doing TOS stuff. When I found the song I wanted, well, it sucks, bro. You could blame Angel. But I feel pretty good. I like my music. Timed out until the end of time. Yeah, I'll never ban anyone. We'll just time them out until the end of time. Good? Hell yeah. Check Discord for pics. Oh, that's right. I'll check after this run. Did you do anything cool yesterday, Nathan? I know that you guys like trolling, and trolling is fun sometimes, but it's just really annoying sometimes too. So that's why I just put my own music. I hope you understand. Gomenasai. Plus, I gotta get used to when I'm gonna be a huge streamer, and I won't have song requests on, you know, because it'd be too many trolls. It is what it is. Ooh, we got Lakitu skip. That's good. Oh, I really wanna know. It's always like, how much balance do I want as a streamer with interactiveness and without interactiveness? Very hard thing to figure out. You're too good, bro. Nah, bro, I got lucky. Ugh. Oh, I thought I screwed that up, bro. Oh, that would have been my best. That would have been my best if I didn't miss. And now it's shit. Are you kidding me, bro? I hate my life. You're too humble, my king. Stop stroking my ego, bro. It's working. That could have been like 140 something. No, Angel, I'm not gonna ban you. I love this song. Can you guys hear the music decently well? I just literally rolled into nothing. Oh, I want to drink water. Is the music not loud enough? You want it to drown my voice out? You guys could hear it though, right? I don't trust anything Angel says, so I'm just gonna ignore him. There we go. Bad? Ooh, first try. Let's go. Good run? Question mark? Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm an eagle alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. You're so fine right now. I know, right? It's because my music, bro. My music is helping me. I don't know. And then I messed up. Honestly, if I get sub 25, I'll be happy by the end of the week, which is in like after tomorrow. Yourself, no matter what you say. Whoa, I'm gonna show me. Yo, what's up, Mac? How you doing? Bro, that's kind of sussy baka, do you know? Angel's like 10 years old, bro. Just kidding, just kidding. 14 years old. Come on. Okay, good night, Nathan. Have a great night, bro. Yeah, bro. Why I think he acts like such a dumbass sometimes? He's 14. That's the ripe age to be acting that way. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, that wasn't too bad. How are you talking? What? You were obviously talking to Dinel. You literally added him. No wonder he was posting those songs. Yep. Exactly. Keep it up. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why I wouldn't ban him, right? Because he's like goddamn 14, bro. Not saying that I would never ban a 14-year-old, but, you know. I'm probably the youngest here. Probably, and you're still more mature than some people here, which is pretty cool in my opinion, Mac. How you doing? How's life going, Mac? Oh, let's see if I got this. Yes. Ooh, that usually does not happen. More mature than me. No matter what they say. Is he actually going to sleep? Yep. Probably. Wow. Good. That's great. Oh, I thought you were saying good that you were more mature than Dino. But you're saying your day is good. That's good. Life is good. Good. Good, good, good. That's good to hear. Bro, this owl is dumb. Okay, that's not bad. That's still not gold, though. Sheesh. I want to increase the volume for the Spotify music. I feel like it's not loud enough. Should I risk it? Should I risk it for the biscuit? Nah, I probably shouldn't. Okay, while it does this, I'll make it louder. Wait. Damn it. I was on the wrong thing. I won't make it louder. No what, Angel? No what? If you beat this within 4 minutes, free N. Bro, not even the best speedrunners in the world, and I just messed that up. Great. Not even the best speedrunners in the world can beat it that quickly. Oh, the music's actually good volume. Of what? What? It's okay. First run of the day is not going to be amazing. Okay, that was actually not bad. FNAF ruled. Bruh! They're like 5 years old, bro. The hell? That's appropriate for like a Mac, not for you, bro. Making out with your 50-year-old teacher, and next minute, you know, Dino's gonna be making out with his 5-year-old like goddamn neighbor or something. They're 7? Wait, are they actually 7? Sheesh! That's actually that's pretty crazy. Jesus. They are? Jesus. Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I almost died.
Hello there.
They shouldn't be on here. What's up, Timmy? They are weird, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm the only normal one here. Just kidding. I'm not normal. Dying there almost lost me the lead, but I'm still doing okay. To believe. Loud and proud. Definitely loud. Such a lonely world. Everyone is so untrue. I feel like I would hate to be a middle school teacher. Like, I thought of being one, like, when I was, like, in middle school or whatever. Honestly, probably the worst time a human being... Like, I feel like people are the worst when they're in middle school. Or with all those hormones and puberty. Everyone is so stupid. Not everyone, but a lot of people. Damn, I hated middle school, bro. That shit sucked. Until the bitter end. Okay. Okay. I know. I know. I know. What was the point of that? Jesus, that was so dumb. Okay. I probably should do that the faster way in the future. I will read chat in a second. The only time I hated was 3rd grade. Is that what you said? The only time I hated school was middle school. And then 12th grade I thought was pointless. Oh my god, I thought I just died. 3rd grade, I was like, bro. Not 3rd grade. 12th grade, I was like, bro, can I just go to college, bro? This shit is like boring. Honestly, because it was mad boring. Just like 5th grade was also boring, but I played 5th grade is when I became a god at Chinese poker. We were doing a school play for the entire goddamn year because our teachers were lazy to teach. I don't know. And I was just sitting in the back playing cards with my friends until they forced us to stop and forced us to be in the school play. My 3rd grade teacher was a bitch. Yeah, my 3rd grade teacher was an asshole too, actually. Bro, for real, I'm ready to go to high school. None of us are normal. True. If you're on Twitch, you're not normal. How you doing, though, Timmy? I know Timmy didn't say that, but I don't know if I asked. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, mankind. I honestly think people on... Jesus! Why doesn't it pop up? So stupid. Oh, I'm triggered. Okay, that was good. You seem like someone that hated middle school. If I pass which is most likely not going to happen. Not surprised. I was just joking. You got this, Angel. You got this. The only time I had 3rd grade, I had a teacher who, like, we were doing script, how to write in script, which half of you probably don't even know because you're like all mad young. You probably don't even know what script is, but we were learning how to write in script, which is like a fancy way of writing. And I lost my notebook, and she just freaking never replaced it for me. Like, I was literally, for the rest of the year, I had no notebook. And the reason I don't know how to write in script is because of her. She just like failed me for that section. I was like, bro, what? I didn't really care much though, I guess. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was terrible. I'll read chat in a moment. Alright, that was good. That should be good. He ran a bitch! You are not normal, Dino. You're a pedophile, bro. Just kidding, just kidding. It's just a joke, it's just a joke. Buddy, you can't be talking, Ping? What? I know I'm weird. I was just joking. Jesus, why was that so hard to get? God damn it. She got mad because she wasn't teaching shit, so I started watching anime. Me when isn't met. What? I finished my work and all. That's weird. Bro, you're the one that's saying this sus stuff, bro. Like 5 minutes ago, you said FNAF. This man says FNAF Rule 24 or whatever. Bruh. Like, listen, we all look at that, but you don't want to say that on a public platform. Just kidding. I don't look at that. Yeah, some teachers are just not good teachers. But, yeah. What you mean by that? What do you mean? I have a friend called TB, tuberculosis. I hope he's okay. Okay, that was actually not... That was terrible. I have to get the first coin also. Just because, What did your current teacher do, Mac? Ah, are you serious? I suck. I have a friend with that, and he is banned in 3 different school zones. I'm not surprised he's your friend, bro. You know you have at least once. No, his name is 2-Bit, but I call him TB. His name is 2-Bit? What does that even mean? What anime were you watching? My old teacher was at bar smoking weed and drinking. Yeah, it's pretty weird, bro. She was a good teacher, though. She was a good kisser, too, yeah? Wait, I was so confused. I was like, did I get that or not? Hey, what's up, Streamlabs? What's up, guys? It's Streamlabs bringing you some Ping Pong Masters gameplay. What? You guys are being mad weird. I was watching Oh my god. Overflow is pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like no joke, Overflow is actually great. I feel like there must be a better way to do this, bro. God damn. What a bad run. You already know. Is it really? Wait, is what? Oh, Overflow? Yeah, Overflow is great. She got mad because 2 people were talking, so she yelled at us, all of us, and stopped teaching for the whole period. Yeah. You'll watch it later? Okay. I think a lot of teachers are just stressed. I think it's easy to get mad when you're not in a situation, you know? Like, it's hard to have empathy for things that you don't experience. Is it on Crunch? No. Why would it be on Crunch? Actually, I don't know. It might be on Crunchyroll, to be honest. But yeah, it is definitely on PH. Poor Cub, right? Oh, I ran into the wall. There we go. You see, I have to be more confident there. So if I screw up, the backup plan is just keep running. If I don't keep running, even though the camera angle is shit, then I won't get the rabbit. Okay. Really? I really thought that would have worked. And it's done. Corn Hub, yeah. Have you ever gone to Corn Hub? It's literally just corn. I'm not gonna be able to grab him. I hate this game. I mean, I am having fun. So much corn. Yeah, bro. So much corn. Maybe let me do this slowly, like the pros do it. Bro, his shadow is still there. There we go. That might be good. Okay, that was good. I'm gonna start to maybe do that more slowly. Oh my god, bro. What a terrible run. Pick it up. Jesus. And will never be. I mean, Crunchyroll has some sussy baka anime, but yeah, I don't think it's any like hentai. I think they have some ecchi stuff. Don't ask me why I know. You've gotten a lot better at MIPS, have I? I mean, yeah, I mean, I've definitely gotten better at everything, right? But I'm just too hard on myself, you know? I want to do better for the content, you know? I have to swim better. Not hearing the sound effects is kind of annoying. I'm not going to be able to hear Mario doing BLJs. That's going to be a little weird. Or who knows, maybe that'll be better. Okay, good. I didn't change my camera. I was like, this is going to take too long to change. Gold? Gold did there? Damn, it's good I didn't change my camera, I guess. You can only get better. You know what? My saying is if I get a gold a day, I keep the doctor away. Honestly, if I get a gold, I feel pretty happy. Like, no joke. That means that, you know. Jesus Christ, that could have been terrible. Oh my god, bro. The last time that's happened to me was like so many runs ago. Whew, that could have been really bad, boys. We'll just take the elevator. No, you know, no point in screwing up because I don't take the elevator. Okay. Fuck the doctor, he stay home? What? What? Okay, that's good. Come on. Yes. Yes. I want to start jumping into the circles like that, so I don't like waste time just going around in the circle. Band Doctor. Yeah, fuck this guy. High School DxD and Monster. High School DxD is on Crunchyroll? I didn't know that. Did I really miss that? He's gonna teleport. Ooh, or not. Let's go! If I didn't screw up there, I think I could have gotten a gold. Not doctor, I meant doctor. What? Imagine using Crunchyroll. Oh yeah, you're the Zoro boy. My bad for missing that. Nah. Tonight. If I missed any messages, let me know, guys. I apologize. Oh, I was like, why did I go back in here for a second? I forgot I have to go out for BLJs. You didn't know. No, I didn't know. I don't look up hentai in Crunchyroll because the main reason is because other people use the account. I don't wanna. Yeah, this is gonna be harder to do without audio. But you know what? It'll train me. Yeah, this is a bad run. I'm not gonna get this. Ooh! Is that good? Without audio? No way. Oh, that felt so good. That's what she said. Yeah, it's not a hentai. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. I knew Crunchyroll had some ecchi stuff. Yo, what? It's easier without audio? What's going on? Oh, that was a good jump. Thank you. Change the camera here. Maybe I'm just getting lucky. Let's go!
Monkey do good.
Hey.
Monkey do very good.
Monkey do good, baby.
Wow.
Monkey do bad, bro. What the hell is that? I still should be able to do this. No. You see, that's what I want to do more often. Okay. This is the end, yeah. And it doesn't even matter. I love the way she spread her wings.
Muscles.
I don't know how I made that. Let's go. Look at them muscles. I honestly don't know how I made that. Oh, every day. I might have to learn this trick to save like 10-20 seconds. I thought you were going to say her legs. Oh. That's not the words. But thank you, Angel. I don't know if it's possible to get a PB at this point. I guess if I don't miss any Bowser throws, it would be nice. But I don't know. It'll be a decent run at least. Sub 30 for sure. That was so risky, guys. That was risky, baby. Give me whiskey still. Ah! Oh my god. We're not taking the risk there. Ooh. Wow. Go up, go down the hole, bro. There we go. Your heart went so high. Did it actually? Oh shit, it's around 100. Bro, when I'm gonna be really close to sub 20 and I'm gonna be in this area, or when I get sub 20, it's probably gonna go up so high. Shit! I suck ass. Literally and figuratively. Come on. How am I missing his freaking tail? Okay. Ow. All right. Well, it was a good run, guys. That could have been a PB for this area too. I don't know why I keep missing his goddamn stupid ass tail. There we go. I'm gonna throw it here just for practice. That should hit. Oh my god, that almost didn't. Alright, well. Run's over, baby. And this dumbass is still alive. And now I gotta wait for him to get off the... God damn it. Oh, good. He ran towards me. Sweet little angel. Loses his girl. For those that don't know who this is goddamn BB King, the king of the blues. He's dead right now, though. He died when I was in high school. Every day, yeah, yeah. Oh, this might actually be a PB. Wait, I don't remember how many seconds this part takes. Yeah, this is a PB? What? Well, I have to get there in less than 10 seconds. Oh my god, I went through it for a second. 26:21 PB, baby. We had a gold, too. Okay. It was only by like 5 seconds. I'll take it though, bro. My heartbeat was at 105. Jesus. Let's go, baby. First full run of the day, and it's a PB. Oh. BBC? Hell yeah, baby. No, PB. Love your way. So much to improve on. Yeah. I mean, my best possible time is 21:52. If I do everything perfectly, I'm really close to sub 21. Oh yeah, check the pics. That's right. That's 2 things I want to do. I want to get sub 25 in the next like 2 days, and I want to get best possible time below 20 minutes, but I don't know if that'll happen. Yo, that's mad weird, bro. You made out with your teacher, bro. Ooh, can I show everyone the pictures you sent me or nah? That's sick though, having a Polaroid question. Best possible time is sub 22. True. But you know, I gotta get sub 20. Yeah? Okay. She's not that hot, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. So that's Dinell. That's him with his 50-year-old teacher that he made out with last night. That's so random, bro. That's mad weird to me. I don't know. And then this is him with a bunch of girls. Wow.
Fox News showing about Fox's, Sky News showing about Sky's, BBC showing about BCC.
I'm not a sex offender yet. Just kidding. I'm not, and I never will be. Jesus. Jesus Maleezus, bro. Damn, she has a big head. She's cute. She's okay, and I don't know. Oh my god, Ping Pong Moosters is live. Hop in if you'd like. Wow, that sounds kind of sussy baka, bro. You guys want to see something crazy? Look at this, bro. Oh no, hesitate, la-di-da. Where is it? I've officially streamed over 1,000 hours. I'm such a loser. Over 1,000 goddamn hours. I've streamed every day at this time period. It's actually quite a while. What is this? For like almost a month. Wait, this is bullshit. I've streamed every day this month. This is wrong. I streamed on February 13th. Oh, I probably... Yeah, no, I did. That's wrong. That's the wrong information. Fake news, bro. The one next to me was, you're super cute, but I'm engaged. Oh. Look up Shad. I know what it is, bro. You've told me to look it up so often. I think it was you. Someone told me in chat. The porn website. And it's Shad Base, isn't it? Women moment. What do you mean no, bro? I know it, okay? If you haven't told me, someone else told me. Yes, this song is godlike. Jesus. Oh, the best possible time has been sub 22, but I think it went down a few seconds with DDD's nuts. I'm such an idiot. Have you used it yet, though? It was you. Oh, okay. Now, bro, that's like for kids, bro. I don't go on porn websites for kids, okay? I watch grandpa and grandpa violence, okay? Not violence, but like porn. You should? I don't want to. No. Thank you for the suggestion, though. I appreciate it. Bro, if you don't know this song, guys, you now know it, and you are now a cultured individual. And fairy tales. It's not for kids, it's for teens. Yeah, that's the same thing, bro. I remember my brother saying, I'm not a kid, I'm a teenager. Bro, you're still a kid. I'm still a kid, bro, okay? But that doesn't mean I could do things with other kids. I'm just saying. We're all children to somebody, right? What do you guys think my heart rate is going to be? Oh, ad starts in 3 seconds. My apologies. I've changed the ads to 1:30 seconds. So that the pre-roll ads are on for longer. I changed it back to what it was originally on. Go Nasai, guys. It's my ass. Fly on, little way. This is the best guitarist to ever exist. Yes, according to many people. I don't think he's the best. I do think he's awesome. You have to go. All right, see you, Angel. Have a great day. And I'm happy you got head and you've enjoyed it. I guess. You'll never be more older to your siblings and never be any younger to your parents. Bro, you said something that would be profound to like a 5-year-old. Yes, that is common knowledge. I got a PB. You missed me getting a PB, but it wasn't that great of a PB. Neither would this be if this is a PB. This is already a terrible. There we go. I timed that well. I was God. You're getting more on Wednesday, but not head. I don't want to know, bro. You're too young. Please don't tell me. All right? I don't want to know that information. Mostly for legal reasons. The pics were nicer. Well, actually, I just don't want to know. Too. You could tell me if you want, but I want to watch anime. What anime you want to watch? The pics were nice. Yeah, bro, I love Polaroid pictures. My sister got a Polaroid camera. I think it's really cool. Also, when I was in Japan, I went to this international bar that took a picture of me like the first week I was in Japan. Me and a bunch of friends, and that stayed there for like a whole year. It might still be there. And it's just such a like cool, nostalgic way to like have pictures set up. You want to start a new action one? Have you watched Tokyo Revengers? I feel like you have, right? Let me send you a picture of my cam. Okay. One Piece? One Piece is super long, but yeah, why not? One Piece is actually pretty good right now. I haven't watched it in a while, though. Bro, no, I didn't have time, bro. I woke up, wasted a bit of time, and then set up this. I didn't make room yet. Shit, I messed it up. Bad run. To follow your dreams. Bro, pee poop. I don't know how to make more space on my 100 gigs of space, bro. Like, unless I finish editing that video, but honestly, I don't know, man. I'll probably do it eventually. You got Pastoral Bark? Oh, nice. Who's your what's your favorite thing going on right now? Or what was your favorite arc, I guess? Okay, Thriller Bark was a decent arc, I thought. It was like, okay. I thought it was a filler arc originally, but it's not, obviously. So took a few hours, but the 44 episodes worth of dedication was worth it. Very nice. Yeah, look into One Piece maybe. One Piece is supposed to make it faster. I've never watched through One Piece though. It takes away all the filler moments, supposedly. I don't know. I think I missed. Oh, I didn't. You can try temp in your search bar and delete all of that. Yeah, I know what temp is. Okay, it's literally just hundreds of gigs of like stuff for YouTube. I can back up an X amount. 100 gigs is just so much, bro. I'll look into everything for sure. Arlong? Actually, I didn't like Arlong arc. That's funny. When you get to Marineford, let me know. That's a good arc. That's a great arc, actually. I'm a few episodes behind on that show. I haven't watched anime in a while. Pee pee poo poo. Home again. Let's go. Didn't Kobe get a glow up? Kobe Bryant? Isn't he like dead? Oh, you're talking about Kobe and the... Oh, Kobe looks... Yeah, Kobe look in One Piece. Yeah, Kobe looks different now. I was so confused there. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Sorry for all the basketball lovers here. Dino. Temp is your temporary drive, bro. Come on, this is common knowledge. Rip Kobe. Yeah. Bro, and his daughter, bro. That's such a sad story. But that's life, you know? Kobe dies, your dog gets cancer. It's life, bro. What's the temp of these nuts and what? Bro, that doesn't even make sense. Ow! That doesn't even make sense, bro. It's 0. It's too hard on me. Oh, kindness. But that minus really ruined my month and year. I didn't care that Kobe. Well, it's not that I didn't. Bro, I don't know. I'm the type of person that doesn't really have idols. I really like Eric Clapton. No, I think it's because of basketball, but nah. I don't know why I'm talking about myself. That does suck, you know. That does suck. Enel's lobby wasn't good. Shit. I have to stop reading chat when it comes to this part, bro. It literally ruins runs. I'm a dumbass. That's it. The run is ruined because I'm a dumbass. It's literally because I read chat at that moment. Like, I don't know why I did that. You're my idol, to be honest. Please don't idolize me. I don't know if idols are a good thing to have. I'm not perfect, you know? No one is perfect. But, thanks. Yeah, let's look at your picture. Let's see. That's your camera? Jesus, this is Dinel's camera. That looks mad like How much was that? That looks so professional. Like not an idol? Okay, good. Good. Kind of look up to you. Aw, that's sweet. I appreciate that, man. $200. 200 yen, right? Not $200. 200 yen's a lot. I think I'm too I get too triggered in this game, man. I get too into it. 200 euros? Wait, isn't that like a lot anyway? What does that image look like? It was made in a 3D printer design program. It does kind of. It looks cool though. Yeah. I don't know. I will say when BB King passed away and I was riding my bike to high school and I went on Spotify and they had a playlist for BB King and I'm like, "What?" Bro, pop music is not like blues, right? I was in love with blues at the time. Why are you Brian me? Who knows? Lol. I've had it since 2016. Oh, nice. Have you used it much since 2016? Watch, I'm not gonna get Laka to skip. Yep. But yeah, BB King passed away, and they put like something on on Spotify, like to remember him by or whatever. And I was like, wow, they actually have a playlist for BB King. Like, what? That's so like cool. That's so surprising. And then like I realized on the way to school, I'm like, oh shit, he died. And I just felt sad for the next like 2 hours, and then I was fine. When Eric Clapton dies, I don't know. I've seen him in concert. I thought I was gonna see him in real life. I'm like, I'll become a famous musician, collab with him, you know, Eric Clapton. Can you like why can't I jump today? Oh my god. See, I get too triggered at this game. I've been playing Cuphead. Ooh, nice. How you liking it? I'm on and off with it because film is expensive, but I bought a lot because I'm taking it to San Diego. Nice. When are you going to San Diego again? March? I just I wish I could have met Steve Irwin. Cool. I don't remember exactly who Steve Irwin is, to be honest. The name that I definitely knew who he was, but I'm guessing I knew, but was he a comedian? I don't remember. March 17th, gotcha. It's pretty fun, but a rage game. Yeah. My brother is playing it now too, actually, which is funny that you're playing around the same time. And my friend was playing, who was in chat earlier. When we were in Japan, he got it on Switch. And I played a bit of it. It was actually pretty fun. I'm so bad on this map. Did not mean to do that, but okay. That's fine, I guess. Is that good? I can't tell. I think that's bad. Ooh, it was good. I beat the first world, the clown, and the dragon. Nice. I haven't played it enough to know, but is that like 1/3 of the way in, or? Oh, the Australian guy. Yeah. He died from like a piranha or something, right? Which is like crazy. For me, it's pretty much. I saw Eric Clapton in a concert, and he was like, it was cool, but I don't know. It sounded exactly like his like like his music on Spotify, but he didn't talk to the audience at all. And he's like old already, but at that point of time, he was old too, and he like suffers from arthritis and all this stuff, and he didn't talk to the audience. It didn't feel that special, and my special feeling of him kind of went away. Kind of like what would happen if some of you guys met me. You guys would probably be like, oh, ew, Ping Pong Masters is kind of cringe. I like to think I'm pretty the same in real life and on stream, but obviously meeting people in real life is a bit different in general. And I didn't even meet Eric Clapton. I just saw him like in concert. I guess it would be cool for me to meet Miskiff. But even that, I don't care too much about. Oh, he died by a stingray. Why do I think it was a piranha? I tried playing Cuphead, but honestly, it was super boring for me. The dodging, really? The offensive strategy just isn't here. The movement is dull. I thought it was pretty cool. That's interesting that you have that position. Kind of surprises me, TBH. I thought you would like Cuphead, Doctor. Seems like your type of game. But damn, glad that you're liking it, Mac. Even though it makes you rage. You like it, right? Ooh, that was good. That was good-o. Anyone excited for any games from Nintendo? The Nintendo Direct from the other day? That was bad. I knew that was bad. I don't know why I still went for it. I should have stopped midway. Like, that was bad. That's it. I stopped at midway. That might be good? Okay, go on. I messed that up way too often. Cuphead is mindless fun, in my opinion. I like to play because it's just fun playing the patterns. You want Kirby? Ooh. And yesterday, when I died, bro, really said, "Do you need to borrow my sarcophagus?" What is a sarcophagus? Okay, don't read chat, Pink. Just get on the goddamn owl like a normal person. Okay. Not reading chat. Because I have to turn right away when I can here. You know? Okay. I want Switch Sports and Kirby, like a coffin. We got 2 people on Kirby. So, oh, it's like a... Oh, that's right. Isn't there a Pokemon like that? There's literally a Pokemon called, like, Sarfurgus or whatever. And it's like the tombstone for, like, Egyptian people, right? Or whatever. I don't know. It's probably just because I played it after Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's boss fights and combat are just so good. Ah, interesting. Damn, I feel like if you go to a subreddit of, like, Cuphead, people will go crazy at you. Yeah? Okay, cool. I was thinking of the right thing. Switch Sports does seem like it would be pretty cool. Kirby, I'm not gonna lie, Kirby looks pretty fun also. I'm not a Kirby guy, but... Okay. Thankfully, I didn't screw that up. But I can see why you two want Kirby. Okay. Really? Really, Pink? Really? There we go. Don't fall. Oh my god! I haven't... I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just playing really bad today. I really want to reset at this point. We need a bowling stream. we bowling. I'm ready for the sword fights. Okay, that was good. Obviously bad, but still good. On a ride over yonder, and I said, fly on, my sweet angel, fly on through the sky. I was trying to triple jump up, but, you know, it's fine. Come on, little penguin boy. Little penguin, wow, 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 wow. Okay, I kind of redeemed myself there. Kind of redeemed myself. I want to do IRL streams. It's going to be a while, though, probably, until that happens. I got a pee-pee, bro. I so got a pee-pee. Ooh, that might be a good way to get up fast. Are they gonna have ping pong? Are they gonna bring back ping pong? They had ping pong in one of the Wii stuff. Damn, I remember when I was not confident on that with that at all, and now look at me. Not confident in a lot of things, but confident in that. Stop. Oh, my sweet angel, from Pallet Town with a brand new world to see. I don't know where I was. Oh my god! We're not gonna talk about that. Welcome back. Welcome back, DNL Gigabyte. I wanna be a hero, Pokemon Advance. Oh my god. If I died there, I think I would have just reset. Son. It's okay that I died there, though. Because I needed to die there to understand how to get better. I hate when that happens. This goddamn camera in this game is actually... I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate... This game's so much fun, guys. If you die twice... why? Do you understand how the... Bro. Like, what? You have no logic in saying that. You just want to say that. I hope you understand that. If you die twice, auto reset. That makes no sense. Literally 0 sense. Zero. There's no reason. The only reason would be if it's the last day, right? Like, I'm trying to get sub 20 in a month, right? I love this song. if it's the last day of the run and I can't get it, that's the only time, and like I have to reset every time. Maybe that's not the only time, but that feels like one of the only times to make sense to reset. Where am I going? Did I 20 times? Auto reset. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. I don't know why I'm so triggered today, bro. Lately, I've been triggered. I apologize, guys. I'm usually not like that. I mean, you guys know that. I don't need to say that. You know what I think it is? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, man. I'll tell you guys honestly what I think it is. If you don't die, reset. I think it's the other day. The other day I was by the other day I meant like yesterday. Jesus. When I'm how do I say this? When I am like some days I'm just lazy, you know? We're all lazy sometimes, right? I would say I'm lazy not too lately, not too often. Like I really don't understand how to get this fucking point sometimes. Mad cause bad. That's definitely part of it. But I think what's been on my mind a little bit is like I was looking at I was being lazy, but not productive or not like even enjoyable lazy. I was being a bit lazy, and I was watching YouTube videos of like how to grow on Twitch, which I've done in the past. Probably every small streamer has done. I haven't done that in a long time though. But I was like looking at that stuff, and I was like looking at their tips, and then I was thinking about what I'm doing on Twitch, and I'm like, I don't know, man. You know? Obviously, I love streaming and playing and stuff to you guys, but I also want to see success eventually. And I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, I feel like I'm doing a lot of things wrong. And I think that just spoiled my mood a little bit, which is dumb. It shouldn't. Because like I was watching these videos and what they were saying like made sense. They were like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be streaming if you have this and this, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, yeah, but also, I don't know. I don't know. Bowser dies. Reset. Bowser dies. Honestly, the perfect run would be Bowser never dies. BLJ's Fast. Mips clips fast and no deaths. No screw ups anywhere. I got the bird here though, which is pretty nice. I might get a PB. Nope, I will not get a PB. If you love me like... But I think that's what... That and obviously playing bad in this game. And then I missed a few days of like YouTube shorts and TikToks. Or like 2 days recently. And that's probably because I was just in that mindset and being a bit lazy. You ain't good looking or have tits. Wow, thanks, bro. I know I'm not that good looking, but like, come on. Nah, you're right. You're right. But that's the point. I'm not good looking. I'll attract all the people that don't look good so they feel like they can relate to someone, right? Just kidding. You guys are all beautiful looking people. That's a good one though, right? Like you say, yeah. Why you treat me like you do? Oh, I'll explain to you exactly how it works in a second. One of those issues can be solved with some simple reverse liposuction. You're not wrong. So the red is slower than your PB. The red means, yeah, that I'm not doing as well as my PB could be. Or I'm not doing as well as my PB. I'm tracking behind my PB in terms of splits. But if you look at the best possible time, it means if I do the best I've ever done in every split, that's the time I could get. So if that time is less than my PB, that means I have a chance theoretically to get, even if it isn't I have a chance, but I have more of a chance to get a PB, essentially. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate when that happens. Mario. I never changed your camera. Why do you change it automatically? So frustrating. Light red is better than the PB split, but still negative overall for the run. Yes. Thank you, doctor. So SSL, I did better than my PB in that split, but it's still worse. I'm still negative in terms of how, you know, whatever. The reason why the last run was good is because I got gold in DDD probably. And other stuff, but getting green or whatever, but that definitely didn't hurt. Okay, that was good. Definitely not a PB, but... And I jinxed it. I swear, the camera's sometimes so bad in this game. Oh! I lost no time there. Plus 112, plus 112. That doesn't happen often. So technically, I could still do... I could still do better. I could still get a PB here, theoretically. But I'd have to... I'd have to not crash into the wall like that. And... Or like that. Or like... Yeah. It's probably not going to be a PB at this point. Remember when you had all green times? Yeah. I mean, that's obviously going to happen, right? He actually ran the other way. That almost never happens. It's because I ran too fast. Iran or Iraq, guys? Iran or Iraq? I can't believe I fucked it up twice. I hate the goddamn camera in this stupid ass game, bro. Like, where am I supposed to go when the bunny is like... At this point, I should just reset. This is just terrible. I mean, that's just gonna happen, right? It's gonna get exponentially harder to do better because the amount that I can improve on gets less and less. This is actually how I do most things in life. I start something, I get pretty decent at it, and then I stop when it becomes exponentially harder. Which is logical, but I don't like doing that. And then I get mad because I know I'm playing like shit, but I shouldn't get mad. I actually don't like the fact that I understand how the splits work, because it just pisses me off now. How am I supposed to meet you now? Or something. The funny thing is, I thought my PB today sucked ass. And it did. But, like, I'm also more hard on myself the better that I get. Because I realize... like, because I'm screwing up on stuff that I haven't screwed up on before. Like that. Like, getting him over fast. Like, I just wasted, like, 10 seconds doing that. See, now it's impossible for me to get a PB, no matter what. Unless I get gold. Unless I do better in one area than I've ever done in my life before. Which is obviously a bit hard. You just suck. I do. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but also... Hey, it's all relative, okay? To someone who's never played this game, I'm freaking godlike, okay? Lowering my IQ. Just swim. My swimming is so bad too. Okay, I think the swimming is good. I think this... I can't tell if I'm swimming well or bad. And that was bad. Your top would have been top 10 in 2000. Yeah, but I'm using tricks that... Obviously, I could use more tricks, but I'm using tricks that have been learned by then. So that doesn't really mean anything, right? Because you got to remember, the top 10s of those times were top 10s without using these tricks, probably. I actually just want to punch something at this point. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be back. I don't want to. I don't want to. This is a good song. Bro, what would you have done there, bro? Bruh. What happened to the... What happened? Great. It crashed. It crashed, guys. It crashed. You guys will have to see my face since it crashed. My apologies. See, doing speedruns and challenges, I think they're good. But I don't know if I'm gonna do another month-long one. I'm way too like I'm like a baby, bro. I get so like annoyed and triggered.
It's me, Mario.
Mario, you're goddamn loud.
Hello.
Shut up. Oh my god. Mario was goddamn loud. I like how getting PP has no effect on you anymore. It's not that it has no effect on me anymore. It's because it was by like 5 seconds. So, you know. That if it was like if I had 24 minutes or something, that would be cool. But it was, you know, it wasn't a big difference. I think my best possible time improved by like 3 seconds. I mean, I guess every few seconds counts, right? But I say you get to take some breaks from streaming too. That is true. I have been streaming every day this month, which I haven't done in a while. I used to stream, I mean, you'll remember, some of you guys will remember, like 8 hours. I used to stream a lot longer and a lot more, but now that I'm trying to like do other stuff along with it, it's harder to do the like long streams like that. I mean, I'm not streaming like 5 hours a day, so not every day, so I think it's okay. Go out with some girl. Enjoy the night. Nah, bro, I'm enjoying the night with you guys, baby. I'm not gonna lie, like, talking with you guys is what makes streaming fun. Like, have some fun. Well, I could have gone to my friend's house for football, for Super Bowl, but I was like, no, I gotta stream every day. I don't want to miss one day of playing this game, because I think that'll make me bad, like worse in the game, or at least it'll mess with me mentally. But I went to my friend's house. Oh, I could have gone to my friend's house tonight. I was at my cousin's house, like I said before, but I could have gone to my friend's house, and I think, you know, I probably would have ended up drinking and, you know, having a decent time, but I really can't jump on this today. But nah, I gotta stream. Plus, they all have, you know, they all have work and stuff on Monday, and they're all losers that go to sleep early. So it would have been whatever, kind of. Keep on turning. Enjoy the night, have some fun. I do need to go out like I used to. But I don't know. After Japan, going out is not the same, bro. Well, obviously because of COVID also, but but it's not the same because like I don't know, like it was cool to just be around people that only know Japanese. I mean, I hung out with my friends in Japan a lot too, but that you know spoke English. But like, I don't know, it's just a different atmosphere. I don't like the atmosphere here. I don't like going. I don't know. It feels like people try to feel like they're cool. I hate that. I don't hate that. I just don't like being around that. I don't really hate that, but like when people are I don't know. When I go to bars here in New York, it doesn't feel. And you know what? I might just be black pilled or red. I always forget what those things mean, but I might be pilled on it. You know, maybe in actuality it would be great to go out, but I don't like it much. I feel like people are trying to like act cool and like I don't like it. Like just be yourself. I hate the like fakeness. It feels like fakeness there. Here. Whereas there, it's like doesn't feel like that. When I was in Japan, it felt like people were expressing. It's so weird to say because I feel like most people don't think Japan is like that, right? If you tell people, oh, Japan, you know, people were expressing themselves. They're like, really? But when they get drunk, they're just like completely just chill, just lit. I don't know. It was just more fun. I preferred that than how it is here, I guess. I want to travel more and go out. That's what I want to do. See that you're so. I will say that I've been getting canon lists like pretty good today and the past few days. Like I'll get it on the first or second try almost every run now, which is nice. I think it's just you overthinking it. I mean, that could be true too. I overthink a lot of things. But even since I was a kid, like parties, I don't care about parties and shit like that. Like parties with friends, I love. Going to karaoke, I love. Going out with Japanese coworkers, I loved. But like going to a bar hopping, spending money when I could just hang out at a friend's house and drink, it just feels dumb. Going to clubs where everyone tries to act cool and do stuff that they feel like is okay to do when they're drunk, but they would never do when they're sober. It just feels stupid to me personally. I've tried the club scene so many times, not so many times, but enough times to know that I don't like it. Same thing even in Japan. I didn't like club scene in Japan. You probably have an image and you compare it, but Japan was unique because it's not what no, but even clubs in Japan, I didn't like that experience at all. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect, but initially when I went to bars here, I didn't expect certain things, right? Like I didn't expect it to be the way it was, like people trying to act cool and like bullshit. And that's my impression of it, obviously. Yeah, like obviously most people could just be chilling, you know, and just be fine, but I don't get that impression. I feel like everyone's there for the purpose of like I don't know. I just don't like it. Here it's what you expect. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I always have fun in clubs and bars. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not a club. I don't like it, especially clubs. It just I don't know. I guess because like I don't really like dancing. That's why I loved I love singing. That's why I loved the karaoke scene in Japan. Like even at like you would go to a bar, like a karaoke bar, like the bars where maybe I think I'm blackpilled or whatever the saying is for New York, because there's definitely, I mean, there must be like bars and stuff here that are just like themed in different ways and people who are really chill and stuff. I haven't gone out enough and it's so expensive that I don't care to at this point anyway. But people are just being themselves only when I overthink. It does. Huh? It feels awkward. People are just being themselves. Only when I overthink it feels awkward. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't. I know what you mean. Like, if you take away the thinking part of you, being at a club is very easy. But the hard part about me, and this is why when I drink, like, I'll get a headache if I drink too much. I'll legit, like, it'll hurt when I drink too much. Like, my head will hurt, and I'll like when I've drunk too much, everyone will know because I'll put my head down like I'm dead. I'm really screwing this up today. It's red and blue pill. No, black pill is a thing. Bro, I'm not talking about goddamn like Matrix. This is like a saying on Twitch, or like at least I've heard it. I don't know how much of it. I just remembered how to do this well, and I keep screwing it up. I just remembered. You probably shouldn't keep saying you've been blackpilled. I'm telling you, blackpilled is one of the sayings. Alright, we're gonna pause right here, okay? Blackpilled. Meaning. Oh. I don't know. What the hell? Wait, that is not what I meant. Blackpilled is basically the ultimate and hardest to swallow red pill. It's about realizing nothing matters and there's nothing you can do that will change anything. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of different meanings here. Like, a bunch of different meanings. You're right. Let me not use that. Let's just say blue-pilled or red-pilled, yeah? The pilled stuff is in reference to Matrix? Okay. You haven't... Oh, I hate black pills. Oh, no, here. Yeah. This is how I kind of understood it as. Used to describe a set of beliefs often linked to nihilism, fatalism, and defeatism. It's like when you just give up, where you're like, I don't care. That's how I feel with. Oh, you guys might not see it because of live split, but that's how I feel. Know your meme. I guess that's how I feel in reference to. That's how I feel in reference to going to clubs. I'm just black-pilled on it. I'm kind of stubborn on it, I guess, is the point there. Reminds me of a funny case, Red Scott Trail. What is that? Okay, what I've messed up on here, there we go. I have just not messed up on. I remembered what I messed up and I fixed it. I basically have to pull down on my controller earlier on, and I wasn't doing that. People are just, yeah, I don't feel like people are being themselves, but I 100% agree that the less you think, the easier it is to, I don't know if it's being yourself per se, but to let, because even that's a weird thing to say, but to like just let go. I think it's much easier to let go when you're, oh god. All right, I'm just gonna reset. Yeah, I think it's easier to let go, and I guess because I overthink things, it's hard for me to let go. But in Japan, I was so, I know exactly what it was. So I like to overthink things, right? And I like to always be thinking about things, whatever. Not like I'm such a genius or whatever. That's just how I am. In Japan, I would get distracted by other thoughts because I would have to think about speaking in Japanese with people. I would have to think about, like, there were different aspects I had to think about that I don't have to think about here, which made it easier for me to kind of be aloof, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that might be what it is. I don't know. Yeah, I think that is what it is. Also, growing up, I never felt like I was the cool kid, you know? Which I was fine with. I don't care about that. But, like, because of that, to do cool kid stuff felt very cringe to me. Like, I don't feel in place when I do that. So, like, going to clubs felt like the cool thing to do. And I guess that was embedded into my brain. I don't know. What's up, Fig? How you doing? We got a PB today by, like, 4 seconds, but 5 seconds, I think. But yeah, how you doing? How was your day? So the problem was you overthinking. Maybe, yeah. I didn't think about the overthinking part there. Yeah, you might be right there. It might have been me overthinking. But I don't know if my brain could like. I think I would have to work really hard for my brain to be like to not think about that. Nice, thank you. I've been screwing up most of the runs though. And I was getting a little mad at myself, but I told myself, listen, I have 2 weeks to get sub 20. I should just chill a bit, you know? I should just take a little breather. I want to practice my movement. I want to practice getting all this stuff well. And when I get sub 25, and it's very arbitrary, but when I get sub 25, I think I'll concentrate on, you know, on something else. Like bomb clip again. Like, look at this. I it's okay, Ping. It's okay. It's just annoying when you it's annoying when you do something well and then you do it bad, like 30 times in a row. Honestly, you need to let I feel like yesterday I get distracted and kill my vibe, and then when I'm in the moments, it's the best. English. It's a hard language. Wait, what? You need to let. Yes. How you feeling though, Fig? How is your day going? I got distracted and killed my vibe. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. It must be. It's okay. I believe, and I think this is kind of proven that like diet, sleep, and like certain aspects like that influence how you think and act, right? And obviously how your life is going and all these things do as well. But like, there are certain moments where for no reason at all, I'm just really like happy and excited and all these things. And then there are certain moments where I'm just not. And there's so many factors that probably go into that, you know, I don't know. Like if I go out more often, I'm sure I'll get those moments of like just letting go and like having an awesome time, but I don't know. I don't know. If it helps, just cover live split from your view so you can focus on playing, not how fast you're going. Yeah. But then, yeah, I thought of doing that, but I feel like it's okay to end a run if it's really bad. I don't know. I'm like changing my mind on that every second. I might end up doing that. Honestly, you need to. Oh, I read the same message twice. You're still very capable of getting a PB or doing well. Yeah. The thing is, you know what would end up happening? I would miss something I normally don't miss and then think, oh, this run is over. I ever since I was a kid, I kind of thought in the like negatives, I guess. Or realism, as people say. You guys like this song? This is for my Hispanic audience. No, I just like this song. Sé muchas preguntas, mamá. ¿Qué pasó? Come on. There must be an easier way to do this as well. Or like a faster way. Yeah, Fig, we're just talking about drinking and stuff. Going to bars and stuff. I will say that clubs though, I had a fun time at there was a small club at a bar in Japan. This bar had like a couple of floors. Where am I going? This bar had a couple of floors. One floor was like karaoke, and the other side of the karaoke floor was dancing, like a club, like a little club section. And then downstairs was, I think that was, I guess it was a small, that was like most of it. I don't remember. There was another floor with, okay. There was karaoke where you could karaoke with people, and then there was karaoke where the bartender like karaoke's, you know? Like gives you the mic. So I loved that bar because of the karaoke. And the bartender loved me and would give me like, she would always give me the mic. Like she wouldn't care about other people. She would be like, yeah, sing again, sing another song. And she would give me free drinks sometimes. When I went to that club section and I was dancing like an idiot, I literally just, I don't know how to dance. I was just dancing like an idiot. And Japanese people were like, oh, because I was American and they were copying my moves. That was hilarious to me. But other than that, most of the times I go to a club, including in Japan, it feels like people trying to act cool and most of us just look stupid. How's your Dark World and Fire Sea looking? I don't know, man. I feel like every run I do, I mess up on 10 different things, but then I'm good in 10 other things. Like sometimes I'll have a good beginning, a decent mid, like it just feels random, to be honest. You could look at my PBs, I guess, and then see how good you think they are relative to the goal of sub 20, but yeah. You like the heartbeat monitor though? It's cool, right? I love showing it off like all the time.
Hello there.
That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Oh my god, I barely made that. Hey, what's up, God? No song requests because Angel was annoying today with it, and you would be annoying with it too. So I don't mind that it's off. But how you doing? Bruh. What? What do you want from me, God? Man arrested for bestiality. I should ban you right now, bro. Not because man arrested for bestiality, but because that's probably not it's not a song. But I don't ban people. Doctor does. Do it, Doctor. I was just joking. Nope. No music from you guys for now. Maybe later on today. I would be streaming much less if I let you guys some of you guys control the music, to be honest. You see, it's hard to look at. You're right. It's hard to look at live split because now I know I'm doing good and I'm probably gonna screw up. Safe word? Nah. It's all good. It's all good. We should have a word for when I'm serious about but I don't think. Never ban someone unless they're clearly like breaking TOS. And I'm like banned. Like, nah, I don't think I'll ever really ban anyone. I don't like the idea of banning people. Heartbeat monitor is cool, right? I love it. It's on my chest and it's a little uncomfortable, but that's what I do for you guys. I do the uncomfortable stuff to give you guys the content. Not all the time though. Like I'm gonna leave my music on, but you know, sometimes. I love how it's so obvious, like, to know who's the young people. Like, like sometimes, oh my god, sometimes psychology is just so spot on. Like, I can always tell who the young people are in chat because they're the ones that want attention and are just like huge troll assholes, kind of. But it's not assholes because they're kids. You know what I mean? Like God. Or Angel. Which is, you know, it's okay. But I feel like it's kind of, oh! What? I'm gonna hide live split. I do feel like it's kind of fascinating. Wait, I moved it outside of the screen and it stopped the timer? It has to always be on screen. That's stupid. I'm hiding it. Okay. Now I wasted time to hide it. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I'll look at chat in a moment. And that was terrible somehow. Okay. This is a good song, though. What the? That was so... You telling me not to reset now, Doctor? Timeouts and skips and stuff, you're sarcastic a lot. Oh, yeah, that is true. Okay, I feel like I am sarcastic a lot. I don't know. How could I better explain myself there? I'm gonna try this. The run's already over. Okay. Nah, I want to show the run. I think I'm just gonna reset. I just don't feel good. It's like even if I didn't see the times there, I which it's not even too terrible right now. It's just that was just annoying. I wanted to reset there. Actually, I have to get my testicles removed because of testicular cancer. You know what? Don't give him the attention he wants. Don't time him out. Don't ban him. Do I need a serious like word, a safe word, to time people out? Huh? What could be a good time? I feel like it's very like tricky though sometimes, because sometimes I feel like as a troll, like I wouldn't care if you did it. I feel like you usually do things fine. I don't know. It's fine to reset if it's bad enough in the beginning, but if you get past the halfway or 3/4 mark, it's probably better. Yeah, I don't know if I reset too often past the halfway or 3/4 mark, but maybe I do. Oh, it is you. My heartbeat was like at 100. And I didn't even realize it when I got the PB today. I was like, what? Be man. How you doing though, God? How you doing, bro? What's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Moosters back at it again with those white chahafas. 100 ain't that high. Yeah, actually, you're right. Is it weird that my heart rate is always so low? Wait, that's so true. My heart rate is always 90. Isn't like the normal like 97 or something? Wait, guys, do I have a problem? I just realized that. You're so right. Or 96 or something? Oh my god, I messed it up. Hit 196 real quick. That would be epic. You see, God, that's a way to make a joke that's funny, right? That would be epic. It's obvious sarcasm. It's just, I don't know. It's just the right way to make it. It's just a good joke. Like, it's funny. It's like, haha, or whatever. But I feel like when one is younger, maybe you're just learning how to make jokes, so you really suck at it. I don't know. Not all young people suck at jokes. I'm just saying, you know. A lot do. And I suck at video games. Depends. 60 to 100 is normal. Oh, okay. Who said I was being sarcastic? Well, I don't know what to say, bro. Nice to meet you. Anyway, I can. You know what I wish? I wish I got such a good PB where my where my first thing was really bad and everything else was like decent / good, so that every run my first star is like actually always green, and it gives me confidence. Yeah, why 206 specifically? Actually, that's a very specific thing. Okay, I killed him again by accident. That might not be good. Usually his head has to go through. It doesn't have to, but I feel like it gets in more. Yep, there we go. Look it up. Look your mom up, bro. That doesn't even make sense. I love you anyway. The song's mad good. I'm going to get away. I want to fly away. I definitely need to. There's a trick to do that faster. I definitely need to learn it because it's probably very easy. I want to fly away. Yeah. The best reason to time someone out usually is probably spam. That's usually when people get timed out. I just thought of that. And that's when I'll say like time someone out and it's obvious. Like that should be the reason, you know? Where am I going? Oh my god, I almost went the complete wrong way. I don't usually get it that fast, that's why. Get away. I wanna fly away. Have you never been timed out? Is that true? Doctor, can you check that? Spam. And the other reason is usually if someone is being such a big asshole to someone else and that other person just feels like they want to leave or like feels like shit. And that's usually when I'll be like, yo, like just stop being an asshole. Because I don't mind you guys trolling me. Like sometimes it's annoying or whatever. But I'm not going to ban or time people out for that. Usually, I think. I hope. Yeah. I want to 4 timeouts. That's actually mad funny. Maybe I should make a new requirement. You have to be timed out like 0 times to become mod or something. Because I feel like sometimes certain people ask for mod and I'm like, I don't know. But then they might meet all the requirements. I'm like, huh. Doctor could see how many times you're timed out, so I don't think he's capping. Joke is 196 is the threshold for someone of ping's age to hit before it will probably do serious damage. Oh, is that true? Are you saying I'm old? Thank you. Fly away, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why am I old? I feel pretty young still. I feel like I have to change the camera here. Gold! We just golded that. I guess because Canonless was insanely fast. That's sick. We got 2 golds today and a PB. You've only been following for 2 months and you've already been timed out 4 times. That's not good news, bro. I don't know if that should be a requirement. Yeah. It's probably... I'll probably never make that requirement. But it's worth considering when making a decision. True. Because I would want to give objective reasons, you know? If someone wants to become mod and I tell them they can't, even though they meet requirements. So I feel like showing how many times they've gotten timed out is a good reason. I can't believe I screwed that up. Oh, I didn't screw it up. Ruski song, baby. But yeah. I could have been timed out 206 times. If I or a mod would have to time you out 206 times, you would probably be banned. I don't see a reason anyone would ever have to be timed out. I wonder if you've ever been timed. You might have been timed out because you wanted to be timed out or something. You're probably timed out like twice or something. I don't think I would ever time out or have someone timed out, or I don't think anyone would ever be timed out that often. No, I was talking about DNL for that. There's probably good reasons to time you out. No, actually you asked to be timed out before as well, probably. Now the show. Time me out, daddy. Don't call me that. Yo, mods. And by mods, I mean Doctor, because I think you're the only one here out of the mods right now. If you want to time people out, when they tell you to time them out for like 10 seconds or whatever, put the reason for the timeout, I guess. Because you could put reasons for timeout, can you? I know you could put reasons for bans as a mod. I don't know if you can for timeouts, actually. Jesus, I had to concentrate on that. I will not be reading chat because I feel like this is a decent run. I take it back. This run sucks. Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? Okay, we'll take the long way. Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh. Oh my god. I was too scared, bro. Oh, I was too scared. I've been dying here way too often lately. It's a boy. Timeouts were on separate streams. I love how they're like a few days apart. That was bad. How many times has Dinell been streamed timed out? Let's see if that's true. How can you see that much? I can see all your message logs. Lol. Okay, time him out. Time him out, bro. Time him out. I guess you could see the message at the time that he got timed out and make. But then, like, how many, like, for someone like Dinell who has over 999 messages, it would be hard to see. Dinell has 0 timeouts. Oh. Oh, look at Dinell. Damn, I'm doing too well. I gotta stop looking. Mail me mod. I will make you a male model. I would love to make you a male model. Make him mod. Mail him mod. Bro, I will mail you as many male models you'd like to see. We got that Russian music, bro. A bit annoying, but yo, time got out. Safe word, do it. I don't know. I guess I am sarcastic with that, huh? I was watching another streamer who was like, "Oh, ban him, haha." Like he said it like in such a serious way, the streamer, and then the bot banned him, and he's like, "Why did you ban him?" I can understand the sarcasm part. Time me out once though. You guys are like masochists who love being timed out. It's really weird, to be honest. I messed up. I messed up. That is not good. In other words, oh my god, that could have been bad. Stay there, birdie. Yes. Baby, kiss me. Yes. 0 timeouts. Sing for timeout whoever you want. If they ask to be timed out, just time them out. Okay, doctor? I can't actually find the messages when it got timed out. It's kind of hard to find. But I remember at least one of them was because you were annoyed about something. Not surprised. I do apologize when I get annoyed. I feel like I've been annoyed more lately because of this game. Because I take this game so seriously or whatever. Deal? I don't need to do it for 10 minutes. Well, I mean, you could release it whenever you want, I guess. So, yeah, there you go. He said wait after being timed out. Now you've been timed out 4 times. That was bad. Okay. Damn my heart with soul. And it did 10 minutes? Yeah, it's a bit weird. You have to press it or else it does like 10 minutes automatically. I've seen you time out for like 10 seconds before, which was, I was like thinking, damn, that's perfect. The fact that he did it and I didn't have to say anything. Please be true. In other words. That was on mobile? Oh. On mobile, you can't do it for like a second or something? You guys are weird, bro. What is this? Doctor, time me out. Do me next. That's how you guys sound. Please, please, daddy. Do something that would deserve getting time. No, don't do that. I'm asking for it. Stoneland crazy. Gonna lose your mind. Okay, I screwed that up. That's fine. Really? Okay. 60,000. I have a deep error voice. Oh, Jesus, bro. 60,000 seconds. Oh my god, that's a long time, bro. That's like a long time. See you next month. Sheesh. Savage. Don't untime him since he asked for it. Watch, he's gonna message me on Twitch or Discord. I already know, bro. Why am I screwing this up so much? Because you're a screw up, Pink. Oh. Thanks. Stop! Bro! The fuck? It's like the longest it ever took for me to get that star. That's not true, but it's only 16 hours. I'll do it after I go to the bathroom. Damn, God. You really don't want to talk, huh? Kind of racist, bro. It's because I'm brown. Let's see if I screw this up. Ooh, let's go, baby. That was my worst HMC for a while, for sure. Not ever, but for sure. I missed that side flip too many times. That's why I was telling Fig, like, I don't know, honestly, what's bad at this point, because I feel like everything is bad sometimes. I'm going to do this slow. Okay. Hey, the tortoise wins the race, right? Yeah, that was good. I don't know why I split there, but not ever, but still. Yeah. That was a good MIPS, though. That was a pretty good MIPS, so I think it's okay. It's because we got goddamn you guys in chat, you know? You guys are awesome. You know, like some of you guys are like, but we have been in chat the past month. Oh. When are you going to the bathroom, doctor? And what type of things are you doing in the bathroom? There you go. Welcome back, God. And I messed up. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Definitely not a PB or a gold, but I'll take it. Have you learned your lesson? Not ever, but still, yeah, baby, want to play something after? Ooh. Whenever you're done, we could VC. And I could give you tips on everything and you're on. Yes. That does sound beautiful. I don't know if I should... Oh, that was actually really good. And then I screwed it up. Jesus. That could have been really bad, boys. That could have been really bad. Okay, I you know what? I still screw that up, but I feel like that's okay for now. Okay, this shouldn't matter in terms of speed. I want to do this fast enough that by the time I get up here, it's gone up, you know? Don't call me daddy, please. Bro, you're probably old enough to be his daddy at this point. Just kidding. Ooh, I actually triple jumped that? That's actually... I didn't realize that. I try to jump in there so I don't, like, go back and forth there. Is there a way to get to this area versing Bowser without having red star? Like, I'm sure there is, but I just feel a bit antsy when I have red star. Like, I don't take risks, like, grabbing his tail. Even though I kind of took that risk. I wonder what makes him teleport. I feel like sometimes he teleports often and sometimes not at all. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That was a bad throw. Shit. Such a weak timeout. They're like, right now, I'm gonna try to... Oh. Maybe I won't. I've gotten worse at grabbing tail. That sounds so weird to say. I think I probably did bad there. Suits my soul. Oh, I thought it was so. My clothes. BLJs will break or make this run, baby. Best possible time is 24 minutes right now. Shee! Can we get some hype in chat, baby? Such a waik timeout. Ooh, woo. Let's go. I'll take it. I'll take the ooh, woo. This is without music, bro. Watch me get BLJs mad quick without music. Without hearing Mario's voice. I take it back. This will not be good run. Yes! That has to go through. Let's go. Okay. Could have been faster, but I'm not complaining, bro. Because there's still one more, so we don't know how it'll be. Why do I do it? I do it better without hearing it. Maybe not. Okay, chill. Come on. What's my heart rate on? No! I screw that up way too often. This is actually frustrating me. Like, why do I end up... I need to know. I need to know why I screw that up so often. Because that's not the first time that happens. That I would love to know, Fig. But we'll do a VC maybe after this. Jesus. This used to be the easiest thing for me. Now it's harder than the actual other thing. And I don't know why. Is it because I hit the wall? Like, what the hell? I'm gonna get arthritis. At least let me get this faster for getting arthritis. Jesus Christ, bro. It took way too long. Pretty much terrible now. Yeah, bro, I rage sometimes. I'm a human being. I probably rage more at this game than, like, Probably the last time I've raged like this for this game is like for Jump King, maybe? I don't know. They're just the type of games to rage at, you know? Oh my god, I thought I missed that for a second. I really wanted to make it up faster. Oh, I want to get up the I want to learn how to get up the stairs faster for sure also. You raged for Horizon. Did I? Oh, I probably did. I don't like raging. I feel like I don't like being toxic. Unless you guys like it. Then I like it a little bit. I don't know. Many ices. Jump, then dash. Thanks. I want to skip all this stuff too. Oh my god, I actually almost screwed that up. I've gotten much better at that area though. That took me a long time to understand. Too many faces. What? Oh my god. What? What the fuck? What just happened? Well, this run's over. Jesus. What a shitty way to end a run. Literally on the last split. I'll read chat after this. The fuck am I doing? It's the sad music. It's not even. Yeah. Oh, it was sad music. Yeah. I can't believe I don't remember the last time I've screwed up on that. Cause it's been a while, bro. My god, bro. What a shitty shit, bro. I'm not putting your hydrates back. I can't, bro. I can't hydrate in the middle of a goddamn run, bro. How you doing, though, bro? I'll read the rest of chat after I suck ass. Thought I got better at throwing this bitch. I'm not putting it back, bro. I can't put hydrate back. It's just off for now, bro. Don't worry. It's gonna come back. It comes back when we're not doing speedruns. So you better hope I get sub 20 soon. Jesus, I almost missed grabbing his tail. Okay. I somehow redeemed myself in the end there, but BLJ's actually ruined the run. What am I saying? This ruined the run. Respectfully. What would you gain hydrate if you won't do it? Yeah, I could put it back, but every time someone redeems it, I won't do any hydrating. But then I feel like that would get annoying, because then people would be like, I redeemed hydrate. Why don't you do hydrating? And I'll be like, bro. Ah. So that's why I'm not putting it back. Nice advice. Don't speedrun. Just get good at the game, then speedrun. Beautiful. 10 out of 10 advice, bro. Can you wear a Pico to a retail job? What What the hell is a pea coat? Maybe depends on what retail store. Like H&M, maybe. This looks like H&M. Usually a lot of retail stores, like if it's a clothing store, you would have to wear, or it would be suggested to wear the brand name. A lot of retail stores, you gotta wear the uniform or whatever. So I would say it depends. Why does everyone put on a stupid voice when they reference when someone else speaks? They only do that when they want to do it sarcastically. I don't know. I feel like if I wear it, I'm dressing up. I can't say. It depends on your like work environment, in my opinion. Like I worked at TJ Maxx and I had to have a certain dress code. You couldn't wear clothes with any wording on it. But yeah, I don't know. I look damn good in it. We'll definitely wear it sometimes then. I don't know if you want to wear it to the job though. Look up why I said 206. Why should I do anything you tell me to do, bro? You're such an asshole to me sometimes. Well, I just want to see this for a second. So we could have been, if these two were good, we could have been 30 seconds, which would have been, what? That would have been 20 sub 25, which is my goal. Damn, we were at 21:55 at the beginning of the day. Now we're at 21:50. 206 hearts, right? The equation would be 206 minus equals a maximum heart rate of 188. Oh, 6 heart rate. Meme? I don't get it. Oh, I guess that's just for the calculation. Yeah, I'm not 20 years old though. Multiply their age by 0.8, then subtract that number from 206. Oh. Wait, that wouldn't have been 0. You understand that, right? That's... Wait, so my maximum heart rate, theoretically... 24 times 0.88. I don't know why I put the 0. 206 minus 21.12. My maximum is 184.8. So if you guys ever see mine going to 100, let me know. I thought you did it from 220, not 206. You're so stupid, doctor. I'm gonna mod God. Just kidding. I would never mod God. Mod God. That just sounds funny. Maybe I would one day. My bad. Been a few years since I learned it. Also, I've never seen this multiplied by 0.88. Bro. What? What do you want from me? All right, let's talk to Fig. If you're down to talk. Yeah. I like messaging people when well, you guys will see. Where is the sun? Where are you? Fig, where are you? I think he's in the Discordo. Bruh, what? Why are you bruhing me? It's going well. Subtract from 220 is probably just what you do if you don't do the 0.88 multiplication. It's just probably less accurate near the extremes. Yeah, sure. Try to justify your mistakes. I mean, yeah, it would be a lot less accurate now, depending on near the extremes. Yeah. Still no hydrates. Because we're gonna do another run. I'll hydrate for you, okay? I'll pretend you redeemed it. Rain. I love this song. Black summer rain. You're welcome. Now I feel sexy again. I can't talk today. Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. Hell yeah, you should always feel sexy, bro. You sexy guy. Not gonna lie, this stream's keeping me from making a mistake. Ooh, texting a girl or something? Me too. Damn, y'all come to me when you're about to make a mistake? I feel like a goddamn godfather or something. I do gotta pee from the hydrating. I'll be right back. I apologize. I apologize. Listen to this slow music. Yo, you know what I should add? I should add my heart rate monitor. Wait, did I not? You could see taking a I am back. I was about to say I am Black Summer. How was my heart rate looking when I took a piss, guys? Should I go to the doctor? Am I looking good? Sure. I'll make a note to message you, Fig. That sounds good. You are a mistake. Aww. The CDC agrees with my method. Wait, really? Super duper mod me L plus ratio. Damn. Wait. I gotta do something about that. I don't like when you're right. Just kidding. I love you. And that did not work. Wait, do I have to erase it? Ooh, erase. I'll talk to you right now, Pink. Yeah, but are you gonna help me in the game? Fine. We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk. I haven't talked to you in a while. I'll go in the chat, guys. I'm in chill chat. No. Okay, you know what? I'm not talking to anyone. I'm leaving the chat. I'm just gonna speedrun. You asshole. This man playing with my emotions. No, fine. I'm already playing. He'll constantly berate you anytime you make a mistake, though, which is almost better. It might be. It might be. I feel like my brain is like, I feel like we're all human. I just have that feeling, you know? Like I'm not just talking to a webcam right now. But I feel like we're all human. Yo, it's so crazy. Imagine someone in a different universe looking at me talking into this like ball thing. They must think I'm a maniac. Anyway. My brain is always in a different like state of mind. So no joke, if someone would berate me every time I make a mistake, that could either be the best or the worst thing depending on when it happens. I'm like such a sensitive child, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. I don't know why I did that accent. I found a God Monkey game. Ooh, for those that don't know, once every 3 months, someone can become God Monkey. When you are God Monkey, you decide a game that I play once a month. It costs 20,000 points, and yeah, that's about it. The one exception is I will not play games. I will not play scary games because I'm a pussy. I don't know. Maybe I will eventually, but if I become desperate enough, then maybe I will. But I don't know. I really thought I would avoid that. I have to get better at avoiding him. What the fuck? Wah! Sorry for screaming. Is it called Silk Song? Hollow Knight, guys. Hollow Knight. Oh, that wasn't too bad, I guess, compared to the PB. Quote, set in England during the mid-19th century, Blackberry Honey is a tale about maids, music, and unexpected... Ooh, I'll play that if it's not expensive. I mean, you could... I mean, I'll be forced to playing it. If it's not TOS and not expensive. That was some bad rolling. I'm not joking. I think the faster chat moves, the better I play. And I'm not saying that like as I legit think that's true. It's $10 on PS5 on PlayStation Store. I've bought games for God Monkey. That is my I must do it. Okay? I've spent thousands of dollars on making this stream what it is today. Have I? Actually, that is accurate because my PC costs like wait. I may have spent I've spent at least $1,000. That's the more accurate take. I walked way too slow there. Is this gonna... Ooh, it worked! I'm getting this so much more often. Are you proud of me, Fig? I hope you are. It's on Switch, so it's probably not TOS, but one of the reviews says there's frilly dresses. I mean, there's a list of TOS games that Twitch actually made. If there's a category on Twitch for it, then it's fine. It's most likely fine, but I would love to play it off of Twitch if you know what I mean, but it's a different story. This is a song in Hebrew, so I keep missing. So if you hate Jews, I apologize. Oh my god, how did I miss that? By missing. Oh, thanks. I need to get that more consistently. I need to like dive and get that every single time somehow. I'm trying to find some cool indie games to play. Cool. I don't even know what that means. Grapple Dog. Didn't you mention I forgot what that was. You mentioned it the other day, and I don't remember if I looked it up or not. Okay, that was first try. That's good. Nine, 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 nine. Let's go. That was good. That was good. I screwed up on the second star. But my PB was also very good for WF. That's probably what gave me the PB. It's looking okay now. Grapple Dog. Grapple Dog. I'm gonna hog my hog. I wish I could say someone skipped this song, but it's on Spotify. I'm surprised I got that. But I am not sad. Okay, that was kind of bad, but it was okay. She just wants to dance. That's what they keep saying to this dog. In this song. It's on Switch? Yeah. Oh, Grapple Dog? Or the game you mentioned? The game you mentioned, Doctor already mentioned it was on Switch. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I dived there. It looks good. If it looks like anime girls that are hot and stuff, I feel like it would be a funny game to play. But yeah. Not my decision, so. Ooh, plus 1.2. I was only 1 second slower there because of my side jump catastrophe. I just looked on PS4 and couldn't find it. I don't know why I dived there. I don't think Ping would like it, but I might play it. You should totally play Blackberry then. Oh, you don't think I would like Grapple Dog? Blackberry is a phone, isn't it? Someone hit the bottoms button. I am so happy I remembered to like do that. I've been kind of screwing that up today. Okay. Screwed that up. That's okay. Let's go. The Chicksy. What is that? Sounds like a play on words for something, but I was trying to do the triple jump trick, but I didn't do it. Come here. Oh. That was not a PB, but that shouldn't be too shabby. I googled and the only thing that came up is Chick-fil-A. I don't know why I find that funny. Oh, that was good actually, apparently. Maybe I fell last round over there. Lil Penguin, baby. Lil Penguin. God. That must be the fastest way to get up there. I've been third jumping that way too often lately. I gotta stop spamming A. It's a junk cookie clicker type game, but with eggs. Oh. Would that really be interesting to watch? Can't go on. Your hope is gone. Bro, when I press the wrong button sometimes, bro, for the camera, I'm just like, I know it's over. Because I have to essentially change, like, this game is so crazy with the way the camera works, in my opinion. Oh. Damn. Ground pounding. This is probably the most intensive area. The area where I cannot look at chat or I will die. Like, if I look at chat for 1 second, I die. And I've only learned that from dying 30,000 times on it. Okay. I wish I could triple jump onto that area. I know. I don't know if it's worth practicing well, it probably is. The easier way to do this, but I'm just gonna do it my way for now. My way or the highway. There we go. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, like you could feel the momentum in this game, you know? You should totally play Blackberry or El Gancho. What does gancho means? Did you actually look at gameplay or did you just see the girls kissing? And Doctor, are you looking at the gameplay and it looks like sexy? Or sussy baka? What you said, Doctor? Sheesh. Look up gancho. This might be a gold split. I'm not sure. It is not, but we saved 40 goddamn seconds. I really thought that might be a PB. I mean a gold. Because that was actually pretty decent. Must have been close to a gold. I didn't pay attention. I have to stop running. I have to start. I gotta get my movement better. Someone has to teach me. Fig has to get on a call and teach me the movements eventually. Because I think just on movement, I could save like 30 seconds easy. In terms of like easy movements when I'm just running normally, you know? Okay. I feel like I've gotten that more consistently. Yes! Good run, good run. I get that maybe 50% of the time at this point. That could have been better, but it's okay. I watched a trailer and there's in fact massive titty maids kissing. Hell yeah. Okay, start communicating. It's a must play then. If it's not Twitch TOS, then for sure. Send me a location and yes, I didn't screw that up. Will this be a gold split? Gold split, baby. Hell yeah. I can buy it and you can play it via my PlayStation. It's okay, bro. It's $10. $10. I don't care much about money, to be honest. Like, no joke. I think obviously money is important, but I don't have a very, and it's crazy because I'm Jewish too, right? But I honestly don't care about money much. That might be a gold split also. Maybe not, but yeah, it's not. Vibrations, I don't mean nothing else but you. But I'm running low on funds lately. All my Japanese funds. That's another reason, like it would be cool if my YouTube blew up just so I could make enough money to like move out and yeah. And just rely on YouTube and streaming. That would be cool. But obviously that's the dream of a lot of people. Should I get Oli World? I have no idea what that is. Maybe. Guess I'm communicating. So I waste so much time running there. I could probably just roll or something. Yes. Oh, that could have been bad. Yes, get Oli World. Oli. Some off the map. Maybe I should roll into that also. I don't need nothing else but you. I'm just scared that I don't get the long jump after that. Oh my god. That was bad, but that could have been worse. Gold? That was a gold? That did not feel like a gold, boys and girls. Getting a lot of golds today. The hell? And that was bad. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Come on. Yes. Guys, the fact that I made that catch is awesome. BLJs is the scariest thing now. Obviously, I could still screw up bigly, but take your time, Ping. There we go. Ooh. The slowest takes the... What's the saying? Nope, I messed up. Okay, that wasted a few seconds. Okay, that wasted even more seconds. Stop! There we go. Jesus, that might have been my fastest MIPS if I didn't screw up. All girls have their milkers popping in BlackBerry. Okay. Game looks like a mobile game. Probably is. If it looks like one, it probably is. I also have to learn how to swim more effectively. I love how I'm playing better without audio. Like, look how slow he looks like he's swimming. I'm definitely doing this wrong. Or at least it feels like that. Maybe I go into Mario Cam for this. Swim. Swim! He slowed down. Oh, that is so slow, bro. Yes. Okay, that's good. I had to change the cam because if I screwed that up, I would have wasted way too much time. I didn't want to take the risk. It's a good question of the day, though, right? Definitely cringe. Definitely agree. I hate when I hang on to that accidentally. And I'm ground pounding way too much today. Oh, I thought that was bad. I mean, it was almost bad. I really gotta learn how to do that better. Oh. Sheesh. I don't need to hurry here because I gotta wait. Yeah. Good question of the day, right? I like when there's events because I can make good questions of the days. Like you all know what tomorrow's question of the day is gonna be, right? Let's go. And if you don't know, then you should know. Yes, I jumped straight into that. I've been getting better in jumping straight into that, which is good. Why you single? Or you're asking why am I single? I'm single because it's too much time commitment to not be single. Do you want me to stream or do you want me to have a girlfriend? I was doing so well until then. He's gonna teleport. Or not. There we go. I didn't need to spin him so much before. I don't know why I did. That was really bad. I'm gonna lose time on that. Or not. Wait, so if I didn't screw that up, I would have been doing even better right now. That's actually kind of crazy to think about. We're sub 20. Sub 20 going into BLJs. Guys, that doesn't happen often. Apparently that doesn't happen at all. Look at the speed I'm going at right now. Jesus. If you did it first try, you would have golded. Really? Shit. Play UFC 4? Listen, it's whatever doctor tells me, okay? He's God Monkey Boy. If he wants you to choose, then it is what it is, but do not make me decide. Come on. Bro, my heart rate is going to go so high right now, bro. Shit. He's playing Minesweeper. That actually could be a lot of fun, like no joke. Shit, that was so close to being good. It was so close to being good again. That good? I can't tell if that was good enough. Okay, well, Mario thinks it's not. I don't own Persona 5. Shit. You should do Minesweeper sometime. Not as God Monkey, but maybe. Yo, my finger. Oh, is it free on PlayStation or something? Do I have the game? Maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I hate when Mario's not looking straight. I have the original Xbox too, or I had. I don't have it anymore. Bro, the run's gonna be over. Oh, we have so much time. What the hell? My heart rate's above 100, which is normal, but not for me, apparently. Oh my god! Too much time. Go up. Yo, my hand actually hurts. I'm gonna have arthritis. I'm gonna go to the doctor and he's gonna say. PS Plus collection, And I've never screwed it up this much. The lead is going away completely. You need to masturbate less? I masturbate with my left hand. My right hand hurts. I have to masturbate more with my right hand. That's why it hurts. Because I haven't strengthened it with masturbation. Yo, I'm actually getting triggered, bro. I spent 3 minutes here. Alright, the run's dead. That has to go through. 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 It has to. How? How does that not go through? What? Fuck this game, bro. Change the camera. This camera is shit. Ma. I know why I screwed it up. I was using my thumb. I usually use the different part of my thumb to do this. What did I say? I literally called it. It's because I was using the wrong part of my thumb. The lead's gone. You know how frustrating that feels, bro? That is so frustrating. That feels like shit, bro. And I'm not even done, bro. I don't care about Horizon right now. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me, bro? Why is this part harder for me every time? I don't care about Horizon. I don't give a shit about it right now. I'm sorry. This game is shit, bro. This game is stupid. How is it that one thing could... Oh, yeah, now I get it. I don't think I'll get Horizon 2, though, to be honest. Bro. Guys, be honest. What could have my time... What would my time be if my BLJs were like what they usually are? Does anyone know? Stop! Stupid camera, bro. I hate it. I hate this camera. It's like, it's dumb as fuck, okay? Oh, there we go. Jesus. I gotta chill, bro. I already lost the run. Why am I even caring anymore? Ping triggered. Yeah. Oh my god. If I fell there, I would have thrown. 24 to 25. Jesus Christ. I could have had a 25. You know what? It's fine. It just means I'm getting better, right? And listen, it is what it's just annoying because it's literally like 70-80% of the goddamn freaking game is done, and then there's BLJs. Why not have BLJs as the first thing? But I'll be honest, it will make it feel better when I get BLJs. So when I get like a sub 20. Because I'll know that my BLJs were good, you know? And that I had to have runs like this, where they felt amazing. Okay? They feel like shit now, apparently. I've been screwing this part up way too often. What a shitty run, man. What an annoying run. Maybe get good? Yeah. They gave flying mounts now? Oh, that's cool. Yes. Miss his tail. Because you're a freaking dumbass, bro. It's funny because I never missed his tail in the past. Or not never, but... Like... I'm just... I'm just so triggered, bro. Oh my god. How can the whole game be great? Literally, I'm gonna analyze it. I'm gonna analyze it after this, guys. I give up. I actually give up. This is fucking dumb. Yeah, I know you can swim underwater. I saw the same. We watched the trailer together on stream, bro. I don't. Is it the nerves? Are the nerves getting to me? Like, what nerves? I already know I fucked it up. I love how my heart rate isn't even that high. I'm just triggered. Oh my god. Thank God, bro. If I missed that one, I might have just walked away. Okay, I don't give a shit. Because I'm bad-mouthing Horizon? Fuck Horizon. Thanks for having me, guys. Thank you. Have a great night. Let me finish the run to at least get the gold splits on the record. Horizon scared me, bro. I don't like games that scare me. Oh, this is a beautiful Naruto song. They have robot dinos. That's cool, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I have to calm down. I used to rage. I used to rage a lot when I was in I used to play Call of Duty when I was like a teenager and rage a lot. And one of my friends, his name is Kyle. I haven't talked to him in years, but he would always tell me like, "Bro, calm down, calm down." And every time he told me and I would calm down, I would play much better. Like much better. And I just calmed down and I just got 3 goddamn throws in a row. Like it's a mental game at a certain point, you know? You seem like a rager? I used to rage a lot. Can you believe that I was 2 minutes ahead? And then BLJ's made me go 3 minutes. I messed up for 3 minutes. And then Bits another 40 seconds. Like, can you believe that the run was goddamn beautiful until 19 minutes in? And then I proceeded to spend another 11 minutes screwing up. Isn't that crazy? You still do just have more composure right now. Yeah. I try to force my, I don't like raging. I don't think it's fun for people watching. I feel like sometimes it could be fun for people watching, but I don't like having that negative energy around, you know? Let's see what our best possible time is now. 21:46. Jesus. We've cut it down 9 seconds today. Can you guys believe that? Why does it say 29:09? That's wrong. There we go. I don't think you would do the same if the camera was off. I think if the camera was off, I would rage even more. I would get off the game. If the camera was off, I would get off the game. If the camera was off and I wasn't streaming, I would get off the game by now. What's up, Cortez? How are you doing, bro? Thanks for the good. You always come and say, yo, PP, good luck. I love it. If the cameras were off and I was just like playing the game and I had the objective of going sub 20, like the thing is when I have objectives and I can't reach them, it like triggers me, I guess. I'm like a baby about it. I need to work on that, you know? I'm not good with that type of stuff. But I always blame myself also. Yo, PP, good luck. But that's interesting. So Doctor said I would have done 24 to 25 probably, depending on bits, maybe better than that. It's interesting because like I don't know. It's just interesting. Okay, I'm kind of interested now to see something. I want to see sub 20 Mario 64. What I want to see is I want to see what this stuff looks like, okay? So he got bomb clip 146. Okay, that's 20 seconds faster than my PB. But not my... I guess I could look at this, right? Segment time. So my best segment was 151. So that's 5 seconds lost, I guess. He does Womp Fortress 516. Jesus. How does he do it literally a minute faster than me? That's actually insane. I feel like my Womp Fortress is pretty good. So I'm going to have to watch that. Cool Mountain, it looks like he does in, what, 50... Or she, 90 seconds? Mine was more than 90 seconds. It's about drive, it's about power. What's that song called again? Sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill. Yeah, for sure. I'm just kind of curious to compare, you know? I want to see what I've screwed up. So long, Gay Bowser. Yeah. So long, Gay Bowser, he got 1941. Bowser in the Sky. Wait, he did BLJs and Bowser in a minute? Okay, I definitely need to improve on my bits. My bits sucks. Again, it's not comparing against the personal best. What the hell? Why is it not doing that? Oh, it is. It is. I'm dumb. Take what's ours. I'm getting tired, guys. So I have to be that... Well, he got a 1941. I'll be happy with a 1959, okay? I don't need a 1941. Quest for sub 20. Someone was streaming 3 years ago. 1956. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this run. Aqua. So he has... Bro, why does it so like... It looks so weird. He did Bomb Dude in 152. I know it's kind of hard to see right now, but... He did it in 152. My hours was 156. Yo, people get Womp's Fortress literally like a minute faster. I need to improve on that. I really need to improve on that. My Womp's Fortress I thought was pretty good, but... It looks like it's not that good. I mean, I have to improve on everything, obviously, but yeah. How do people do it? People are playing this game in 1956. Good one. Yes, I think they were. Or I guess they were. I didn't realize that. Okay, bomb clip is a thing. First of all, how do they go after getting it? Long jump to the door. Long jump. It just does 3 long jumps. Should probably watch the world record to see the best movement, but long jump. This man loves his long jumps. Or her. Oh, we've looked at this person before. All right, I'm very curious to see this. Okay, he does the trick, I'm assuming. Yeah, like everyone does this. I guess I have to learn that. And jumps there. What, summoning salts video? No, this is not summoning salts. He gets his first try, which I've gotten before first try as well. How does he get back into painting? I've always wondered that. Oh, he just jumps in. So he dives there. Does that save that much time? I wonder. He gets his first try. Yeah, okay. I take way too much time on that, I think. Let's see. I guess summoning salts video might be better to watch, but he triple jumps dives that. That definitely saves time. Okay, how does he get there Oh. He does it again to clip through it twice? Oh, that's how you do that. I never thought of that. I didn't know that was a thing. Summoning explains a little. Oh, I just need to see it. Oh, I guess. Oh, for that movement thing? Yeah, I do need the explanation for that, I guess. I might be able to do this triple jump, to be honest. Because I understand placement a lot better now, I think. I might practice that more, because it definitely saves time. Okay, he does the side. That's literally what I do. That's literally exactly what I do. Okay. And I'm assuming he does owl. He misses. The owl is like tricky sometimes. He probably ground pounds into it, though. Everyone ground pounds into it. I don't ground pound into it. Yeah, there we go. That seems so scary to me. So all of that saves that much time compared to how I do it? I think I might just practice Whomp's Fortress for now. Just a little bit. Because I think I can improve on it. And, yeah. I feel like my Whomp's Fortress is not good right now. I keep dying to this boss. What game? RuneScape? It's free Death Week, so I don't lose money. Free Death Week? What is that? Is it because Valentine? OSRS or just regular RS? You're a regular RS guy, right? I remember you were doing an Iron Man a while ago. Regular, yeah. So sad, bro. So sad. Why does? Okay, you could send that for a weekly video watch. And that guy was doing. I was just watching that video you sent a bit. Do you know? That guy was doing the way I do it, which is worse, which takes longer. It's not necessarily worse, but well, I guess it's worse because it takes longer. But do you watch any? Yeah, I knew that was gonna be bad. Why you said huh? What do you mean? Wait, what happened? What do you mean? What do you mean? Never mind. I don't know. I'm confusing myself, maybe. Okay, so I want to practice a little bit of this. So let's say I get out of this door, right? I just finished that. Let's do that. And then that. Oh, that seems so dumb. Let's practice that again. I get out of the door. I long jump. I like doing that. I feel like that's pretty fast. You saw the video I sent? Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, I guess I gotta get a star. I mean, I don't have to, but I might as well. Yeah, I said you could send that for a weekly video thing. But that's not gonna help me do the the glitches. One of the glitches in that video, I just skimmed through it, was a glitch that's like worse to do than a different glitch. It's not what you think it is. I think it is what I think it is, but okay. Bro, does he decide to chow at different times? I don't understand how this shit works. Honestly, it's so annoying that I think I might just start going for bomb clip every time. Well, I kind of got it. I read the title. It said why the glitches work or whatever, right? Sorry, I'm really tired. Why does they work? Yeah, it's literally what I thought it was. I don't need to understand why they work to do them. You know what I'm saying? Most of them work on the negative speed of moving the character. From my understanding. Oh, Sultan XD120, thanks for the follow. Followed 5 hours ago. I think people follow from YouTube Shorts, to be honest. But then, maybe they lurk. I don't know. It's just an interesting video about how the engine works. Yeah, that's why I said it would be cool for a weekly video. I'm probably not going to watch that off stream. It's not cool enough to me. You know what type of videos I watch on YouTube off stream? I watch political stuff and I watch a political streamer and an entertaining streamer, and that's pretty much all I watch. Like I watch 2 streamers on YouTube. That's like all my content watched on YouTube. Most of the time. Sometimes I watch like a few other things, but was that good? Is that worth taking the risk for every time? Like, was that perfect right there? No, it wasn't. It's not. Political is boring. Boring to you, but I mean, it's not necessarily political what I watch. This guy's political, but he's also he doesn't just do politics. He debates a lot, and I like that's more interesting than just someone talking about it, you know? To me. How things work is stuff that my dad is really into. I'm not into it because I know I'm gonna forget it like a day later. I'm like really forgetful about that type of stuff. I like stuff that makes my brain move, and like how things work is interesting, but it doesn't really make my brain. It doesn't make me critically think about anything. It just makes me understand a concept, which is like like all of school. So that's why I guess I don't know. I guess that's why I don't like it. I don't know. I haven't given it enough thought. I don't necessarily dislike it, but I like debates. They're fun. Yeah. What's so interesting? It just makes me like this guy specifically. He talks about stuff I don't think about, which means it makes me think about things I normally don't think about. And it's interesting to me. So it makes me like think about something. That's why I like watching him. That's the main reason I like watching him. And then sometimes he's funny. Internet porn. Oh, wait. I decided I wasn't going to do that, right? I think I'm going to try the triple jump. Like what they say, some examples. Do you really want to hear the examples? His name is... I'm going to get haters on me for saying his name. His name is Destiny. What's interesting stuff that I've never thought about? Well, he was talking about like why is ooh. I actually got that. I wonder if that's easier or saves time. He was talking about why is incest a bad thing? Aside from like, you know, defects. If defects weren't like a part of incest, would incest be bad? Which is like such a crazy thing to think about, right? But I never thought about that, you know? I wonder if that's faster. Would it? Would it what? I don't know. Would it be? Wait, I like is it a so basically he talks about a lot of things that are like I grew up in a very conservative like household. And he talks about things that are like he basically points to a lot of things and says that it's socially constructed, which is like more of a liberal like lefty like point of view. Which I never really think about things. I've never thought about things like that. So it's just like a different point of view, which is interesting to me. You know what I mean? I don't know if I should do that. How much time does that save? Gotta kill. Let's go, baby. Would it be? What did the guy say it was? Oh, he was just bringing up the question. He's like, would that be weird? He wasn't really saying if it's weird or not. I don't think he was. Maybe he was, but I don't care about his opinion on it, to be honest. I care about the, like that's something I would never think about, you know? It's just like, it just makes me think about new things, which I like that. Yo, I'm getting this triple jump more often. It's because I paid attention. In this game, it's insanely important to jump at certain areas. So here, if I jump right here, right before the area, that's it. I'll get this every time. Which is really, really cool, I think. I want to see how much time it saves, though. I don't know. I don't know if it saves any time, to be honest. Let me get the red coin. It might save like a millisecond. I do think it's faster for some reason. I'm going to try the phase thing right now. Phase? F-A-Z-E? Oh my god, you could literally phase through him. Oh my god, that's so much better. Jesus. And it's so easy to do. You're just happy to hear a guy say incest would be bad if it weren't for disease and genetics? Wouldn't be bad? Nah, I think it's weird to even talk about, to be honest. Because I have siblings, you know? And I would never do that. But like, it basically like questions like what society says is true, right? Like that's just wrong. That's what society says. Wrong. Incest equals wrong. So just like just thinking about it is just like interesting. What's up, Chris? How you doing, bro? How are you? We got so close to a sexy PB and I screwed up in the end and I got really triggered. But it's been a good day. It's been good runs and you guys have been awesome. So it's just been an awesome day. You're weird, Pink. I am weird. I know. You're interesting for real, for real. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I'll take it. Interesting. I've been called annoying and weird since I was young. All right, I'll take it. I know what I am. Okay. How are you? I'm doing great, baby. I'm doing awesome. I'm actually feeling awesome. Because I feel like I progressed in the game, and I just feel like I'm chilling with chat. And just practicing right now. So, feeling great. Oh, na, 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 na. And I also don't care about the Super Bowl. And everyone here might not also, so that makes me feel cool too. Should I learn the trick? I don't know. You want some jelly beans? No. Wait, can you even? Oh, yeah, you can. I kind of want to play Pokemon. You guys want to see me play Pokemon? Or should we continue Mario? It's a me, Mario. This could have been a good run, I guess. You know what? Let's do one more run. Let's just do one more run for now. One more. Do you see my heart rate monitor thing, Chris? On the bottom left. Isn't that cool? I always love like pointing it out. Moichida, Moichida. That means one more time? One more thing? I don't remember. Yes, I love this song. If you give me jelly beans, I will not eat them until that run is over, and then I might forget. So just keep that in mind. What other things? Yeah, I'm like, I think ever since I was a kid, I was just like interested in like, just like talking about like things. I like talking a lot, but I also like just things that make my brain work and think about stuff. Like I like that. Just like weird topic, just any topic, I guess. I don't know. That's pretty cool. Well, not any topic. That's not true. That's pretty cool. Try keeping it at 80. Lonesome train. maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that after this run. I'll spend like 10 minutes. If I could get it, that could be a cool like mini game between things. Trying to get my heartbeat at a certain thing. Okay. That's the end of that run. That was so bad. You will be sorry. I know doctor told me not to reset early on, but if I jump into the water, I'm sorry, doctor. I'm resetting. How's it monitoring it? Right here, baby. I have I bought a monitor and it's on my chest. And then through the website, there's a browser source I could put on OBS and yeah. Try to hit 0. That's not what I meant. Okay. It's like the same joke that God said earlier. Trouble, trouble, trouble all the time. Oh, on my mind. Shit. I love the song. Trouble, trouble, way down the line. That looked decent. Wasn't good enough though. Sympathy. So baby, don't you pity me. I'm gonna move. Yeah, but I don't mind. Love this song. Reset if you do something bad. Yeah, I know. I know. It's just, I think my brain sees the red and it triggers this. Oh my god, red. No, red equals bad. Red equals bad. And then I don't have reason. You know, there's no reason after that. You will be so. Oh, I screwed that up so bad. I apologize. What did I want to say? I'm gonna try to not get excited about a run until after BLJ's. Like, I'm going to try to do that because I think I'm gonna get mad too often if I get it. But change the bad colors. Ooh, make them blue or ooh, that's clever. Then I'll start associating blue or purple with the bad though. But it would take a while for that to happen. Or I could just always change the colors. So I'm psychologically ahead all the time. That would be. Why did I go back in here? I forgot I'm doing a run. I just wasted 20 seconds maybe? Jesus Christ. Should I reset? That was bad. After a while, you will be sorry. Reset so you can change the colors, lol. Nah. This is a good run, baby. Welcome by my side. Watch. First try. Let's go. It's okay. I'll keep this run. I've been getting that first try a lot lately, which is nice. I should just stop being a little bitch. That's what I have to do. You know, I could change the background color from black to a different color. I feel like black is fine, though. I'm a normie. Normie pink to the rescue. Ooh, that was good. This is a modern day blues musician. Modern day blues is barely alive. And for the modern day blues songs that are out now, a lot of it is like old musicians. This is like the new gen, I think. Gary Clark I think this is Gary Clark Jr. Is it? I might be way off. Oh, I forgot to do my new strategy. Whatever. I've already learned how to do that. It's fine. I don't think it would save much time anyway. Facing through him might save a lot of time, though. Like that. That felt like it saved time. I can't tell if it did, but... Since why don't you be... I gotta stretch my hand like every hour or so. Jesus. Whew. How are you? How are you doing it? How are you doing, Chris? How's life? Are you ready for work? Are you excited? Ooh, if I fell there, that would have been bad. Okay. Second try, pretty bad, but we'll continue the run. Okay. You never know when you'll be faster somewhere else. Why don't you touch my penis? What? What are you talking about, Ping? Why don't you be with the reasons why? Why don't you be with the reasons why? I don't know the words to the song. I pretend I do. Is that good? That's good. That's good. That's good. Everyone knows. Ooh. That could have been a PB if I didn't screw up, I think. If I didn't run the wrong... I literally went back in. Okay, that was not bad. And here we're going to long jump. And that's pretty good movement, I think. I have to actively be thinking about every part in this game, or a lot of the parts of this game, or else it's just like right here, when I jump here, if I don't think about jumping, and then right here, yeah, I jumped way too much, you see. If I don't think about it enough, it's just bad. But at the same time, sometimes if I don't think about it, I do it better. It's so weird. Like, becoming a master or becoming better at something is such a weird, like, phenomenon. You know? What do they say? 10,000 hours equals mastery? That was bad, but I didn't fall, thankfully. It could have been bad if I fell there. Why don't you believe in the things inside? 10th of the way to Twitch mastery. True. Actually true. 1,000 hours. That's actually crazy. You know, when you say it like that, it doesn't feel that bad. That I'm not a huge streamer. I mean, it doesn't feel that bad, I guess, but Jesus, the camera was at a weird angle, bro. I could have so screwed up there. I have to stream 10 times more. I was seeing how certain streamers streamed a lot, and how they this was meditation. Like, there's this guy that got like millions of views on YouTube for talking about how he streamed for like 7 years straight, and he lost all his friends, he lost everything, and he didn't become huge, and he regrets it. And I was like, Jesus. He's like, I was doing everything right, you know? I was doing this, I was doing that. I was like, damn, I hope that's not me. But I try to hang out with people a bit, so. Not to be, you know, too enthralled into this all the time. Bubble outcome. You'll make it eventually. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I also... I don't really have that mentality all the time. Like, oh my god, I'm a small streamer. Because, you know what? I recognize that once I recognize that once I get bigger, or if I get bigger, whatever, I recognize that talking to you guys is going to be much harder. Like, Upset Trisket talks about that. And he's not, like, huge, right? He has, like, I think he's been averaging, like, I don't know, like 15 people lately or something. But they're very active in chat. And he talks about how it's hard to talk to everyone now. So, how am I such a dumbass? So I think it's, I think... I'm not thinking about that in that type of way. I just worry that I don't spend years of my life Twitch YouTubing and nothing comes out of it, and I have no money, and then I go like I don't know. I shouldn't be worried. I shouldn't be worried. Ugh. I'm not worried, bro. Worst case scenario, things are shitty. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I missed the goddamn... Okay. This is not a good run. Oh my god. Just quit now. Nice heart rates. Oh, did it spike when I was... What did it spike to? I mean, I'm not surprised, but that's funny. I'll read chat in a moment. I forget that I cannot read chat. This is the most intensive part of the run. Like, not read chat. Yeah, I get that. Big streamers don't talk to their chat. Exactly. But I don't blame them either. I don't know, like, if you're like the content at that point is not. I'll be honest though. I watched I was watching Miskiff a bit, and because he's a big streamer, and I was watching some other big streamers, and I was surprised. Like Rich Campbell, he had like 18,000 people watching him, and his chat was not moving that fast. And I was talking, and he was like talking, like he was reacting. He didn't respond to every message, but he actually like responded back. So you'd be surprised. Some big streamers do talk to their chat, but obviously it's harder. It's definitely harder to. Just quit right now. Don't apologize for not reading. We understand, bro. Thanks, bro. I'm just such a big streamer now. Look at that, bro. I fell twice and lost the lead. Still, best possible time is pretty high. This is why you should give in to the sunk cost fallacy and never give up. You never fail if you never quit. Bro, I love the sunk cost fallacy. You're 100% right. There's a caveat, I feel like, to it, though. When I learned it in economics class and I taught my brother it, there's so many life applications for it. For anyone that doesn't know, sunk cost fallacy is... Sunk cost means when you've already done something, and you can't take it back. Like, that's it. It's done. So good... It's kind of hard... I can't explain it well, but I could give good examples. So, for example, if you bought, let's say you buy PlayStation, you buy a PlayStation card, right? You buy a PlayStation card, and you're like, yo, I screwed it up. Okay. You buy a PlayStation card. That was actually a good recovery. You buy a PlayStation card, but you never play the PlayStation. Okay? Then you might feel like you have to play PlayStation because you bought the card. But the truth is you already spent the money on it, so it doesn't matter. Like, there's no point in thinking that way. Do you watch Hassan? I do not watch Hassan. Why am I doing this? Oh. Wait, I already got that. What am I doing? Bro, I got distracted by the conversation. You guys are so sexy. What I mean... Who was the political streamer? Oh. You might not like me after this. Destiny. I like watching Destiny. I don't have anything against anyone, though. Because I'm a perfect human being. Hassan seems very... I don't know enough about him, but to me, he seems very... From what I've seen, like I feel like for certain things, Destiny is really dumb, and then for certain things, Hassan is really dumb, or not. It's just the way that they get mad at certain things doesn't make sense to me. But we're all humans, we all get mad for different things, so it is what it is, kind of. Talk. I mean, talk to the toad. When I mean big, I mean Quackery or Inatami. what? So you mean I don't know. So how many viewers does Quackity average? I think I remember like Minecraft streamers. Tommy is Minecraft. They're both Minecraft streamers, right? I get mad when my PP doesn't work. Oh, I screwed that up. I have to get better at that. Quackity gets 100K. Okay, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't want 100K viewers. I'm not even gonna lie. That just feels crazy. I would be happy. I mean, that's saying that now, right? In reality, who knows? Why? I thought I finished for a second. Jesus, that was bad. In reality, who knows, right? But I think that's way too many people. That's insane, bro. That was bad. That was worse. He only streams for money. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of streamers like that. Like when you get big enough and you're just tired of streaming, you could just stream like once a month and make enough you want. Quackity gets 38,000 average. Oh. Thank you, doctor, for the stats. Yeah, that's quite a bit. That obviously I might change my mind in the future, but I feel like that's way too much. Like I would be happy being, I don't know, a big enough streamer where I have a consistent, where I'm making money consistently, but also where I can actually talk to chat sometimes. But obviously, power and money can change a person, and I don't. I'm not an exception to that. I mean, I hope I am, but you know. Wow, Mips saved that much time. We're back in the game. He gets on stream and just asks for subs. You'll have us still. Yeah, like that's another thing. I mean, this is not something I have to worry about right now, but like I do sometimes think about like, damn, if I do end up getting big to the point where I can't read chat, I would feel bad for the OGs like you guys, you know? But I think I would still want to do like a thing where I think I still would want God Monkey. I think I still would want once a week watching videos that you guys send me. I do want a certain level of interactiveness to be there no matter what, but I'll use you for clout though. You should. I don't want to become, I don't want to make money off of Twitch. I mean, it would be cool, obviously, but I mean, it would be awesome, right? Make money off of Twitch. I mean, I make some money off of Twitch because of you guys, some of you guys, and I really do thank you. But I would prefer to make money off of YouTube. And I've talked to people that think the opposite, which is interesting to me. But to me, it's like I don't want you to give me your money. I would prefer that YouTube gives me money. Like I would prefer that all the channel rewards. Did I just die? Oh my god. I would prefer that all the channel rewards. Oh my god. I almost messed up a lot there. I would prefer all the channel rewards to be channel rewards that, like, you don't have to pay to be like, oh, that was actually pretty good. And I screwed it up twice. How do you screw it up twice, Ping? No! Oh, you know how scary that is to me? Shit. And I screwed up. I'm playing really bad here. And I missed it. Shit. Dinal got mad, then promptly unmodded and permabanned after he started his tyrannical banning spree on the night of March 8th when he got a little too drunk. Bro, imagine your prediction is true. That would be sick. A lot of Hebrew songs right now. Disgusting. Just kidding. God Monkey with a lot of people would be fun. Yeah. I don't know if it would change that much, really. Oh, well, in terms of interaction, yeah. I feel like I missed some messages. If I did, I apologize. But yeah. It's just funny. I feel like I've done things logically, or at least felt that way for a lot of my life. And then I go to Japan and I'm like, bro, logic is boring. I want a challenge. Streaming is a challenge. And I'm dead. Gun monkey with no cooldown. You could hold it for 10 months or 12 seconds. Probably for yeah, actually, that would be really cool. I have considered doing that, but obviously we're too small now. That would be cool if there's no cooldown in the future for it. That probably wouldn't happen until March 2024. So March 8th is on a Friday. This month I've been streaming every day of the week, including Friday. So I don't know. We'll see. Oh my god, yes. I caught his tail. I could have lost so much more time if I didn't catch his tail there. Not that it's looking good now, but oh my god. Listen, if I get it's impossible to get sub 25 now. It looks like. Unless I'm a god at BLJs. BLJs. Oh, it is BLJs. But I'm trying, I don't know. I had ideas for being a bigger streamer has so many pluses, obviously, and as a small streamer, that's what a small streamer would say, but it obviously has downsides, like not being able to talk to chat as nicely. You're forgetting about the great calendar reset of 2022. You are forgetting about that, Dino. Damn, I can't believe he doesn't know. Like, every American has been notified of that. There's a bill in Congress now, I forgot who it was sponsored by, that is trying to get rid of daylight savings time. Isn't that great? It just took so long for them to do that. Daylight savings time is so useless, maybe? I don't know if there are many pluses to it. I can't think of any, really. Well, I could think of, like, some pluses that come out of it, but what's wrong with daylight savings time? It just screws up the time for no reason. It screws up the time relative to other countries. Yeah, it's just there's no reason for it. Especially when you go 1 hour back and then 1 hour forward. And then the beginning of the first while, it's like very, I don't know, there's just no reason for it. I think no country should have it, or every country should have it, to be honest. But it's all mixed around depending on what country you're in. I don't care too much about it, though. I just thought it was kind of interesting. I was watching some streamer that was calling every single senator. And then I got tired of it and then stopped watching it. I agree, but what hour would we be set? There would be no daylight savings time. It would just be what it is. Yeah, I guess you would have to make a decision for whether you do like, what is the last daylight savings time, right? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. The duality of American politics. There's simultaneously a bill to fix daylight savings and one to ban teachers from saying gay in the classroom. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I didn't know that. That would be pretty crazy if that got passed. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh, Mario. Oh, that wall feels nice, doesn't it? Sorry. I already know this run is over, so I'm just chilling. That is pretty crazy. See, I'm passionate about not too many things in the political world, or just in stuff like that. I'm more interested. Like, it's more interesting to me than, like, a passionate, like, feeling. If that makes sense. So, like, when you say, oh, there's one to ban teachers from saying gay in the classroom, I don't know if you're trolling or not. I'm assuming you're not. Like, my head goes straight to, wow. Like, it's so interesting that the world is, like, how the more we progress as a society forward technologically, the more like censorship seems to be becoming a thing in other countries and more in the US as well, maybe, or at least in society. I just find that kind of interesting. Sing my song. Nothing matters when BLJs suck. Like, why is that? Why do humans think that way? You know, that's what I'm interested in. Long paragraph means I read after run. Or I attempt to read anyway, because the run is bad anyway. You know what? Let's get a gold split right now. I almost fell off. That would have been bad. There's something that allows parents to sue the teacher. I feel oh my god, I wasted time there. Yeah, I'm gonna read it after the run. I could read it now. If they say anything that goes against the student's religious beliefs, and if they don't, they get banned from teaching. I don't know if it's gonna get passed. That sounds pretty crazy. I think anything that restricts more free speech, where free speech is not getting in the way of, like, there's different types of free speech, obviously, right? Like, if you have free speech that's like saying well, we're not getting gold here. Fuck this game, bro. It actually is so frustrating sometimes. Where am I going? That restrict free speech in a way that is not harming. The thing is, like, okay, it used to be if something harms you physically, right? That's what you want to restrict, right? That's what I think we've come to realize that as a society, in the States at least, maybe. That if something, if you're harming someone else, you know, that should be restricted. So yelling fire and forcing people to go crazy is restrictive because it forces people to go crazy and could actually harm other people. But now it seems like there are things being created to address emotional harm, which is like so crazy. Not crazy like, oh my god, it's so dumb, but crazy like, I don't know, it's just insane to think about, because that's much harder to have like an objective thing about, you know? Did I screw it up? I did not. Oh my god. And I hope, like, and that's not, I don't think that's political in nature, or not political. I don't think that's a partisan thing to say. Teachers aren't omniscient, so how would they know everything that would be against religious beliefs? I believe free speech should stay free. Yeah, but, like, not everything is free. Like, I feel like people take free speech in two ways. One of two ways. Not everyone, but a lot of people. It's either free speech, golden. It must be the way it is. It is exact. It is perfect. But, like, always, free speech should always be a thing. But it's like, do you really even believe that? Like, there's laws on our books that go against free speech. Thank God I didn't miss that. Like, if you yell fire, I think it's illegal to do that if there is no fire. I might be talking out of my ass, but it feels like it is. And I missed. You know, like, you can't be free in everything you do, right? You can't walk outside naked. We as a society decided that that's probably not the best thing to do. You can't, like, do certain things, but I just jumped off for what reason? I was trying to side flip and I jumped off. People are weak and can't handle shit these days. I do think people are more emotionally sensitive for sure. Hard times make strong men, peaceful times make weak men. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. But I think having empathy is important also. So realizing that the times are changing and that everything can't be the way you want is important too. I don't know. Complicated stuff. If say gay is bad, then why should black be banned too? Or the N-word? I don't think the N-word... Saying the N-word is not banned per se. It's just so looked down upon in society that saying it would, you know, get you screwed in a lot of circumstances. Like free speech absolutists, the one thing that I don't understand, it's like... Who do you want to have the free speech? Should I have this free speech to... Like, if I'm a business and you tell me that anyone that comes into my business could say the N-word, but I say, if you say the N-word, I'm kicking you out of my store. Like, that's it. You can't be in my store. Aren't you going against their free speech? Like, I don't know. It gets really weird. I don't think people think about that stuff that much. Oh, my God. I couldn't spin him more. I don't get the nudity thing. If everyone thought it was normal, no one would care. Oh, for sure. It's definitely an American society thing. Like, bro, I've seen little Japanese boys naked. Don't quote that. Don't clip that. But I have, okay? Because I've gone to onsens, which that's what an onsen is. Japanese kids, when they're kids, they take baths with their dads. I had a student tell me, bro, the size of my dad's dick is huge. He said this in Japanese. I was like, bro, I don't want to know that. But, like, that's definitely a cultural thing. But that's the reason. It's a cultural thing, you know? A lot of people seem to think free speech means I can say whatever I want and not be criticized for it. Like, yeah, whatever, say what you want, but you can still get criticized for it. Some people would probably think that, yeah. I don't think that's necessarily what Dino thinks, but that was a bad run. I may not agree with what you're saying, but I'll fight for you to say it. Thomas Sowell, I think. Thomas the Choo-Choo Train? Yeah, I do agree with that largely. I forgot what that there's some organization. Is it a Jewish? It might be a Jewish organization where they fight for everyone's like free speech. But that's the thing. It's like it depends how you define free speech. Because sometimes people who advocate for free speech fight against free speech without realizing it, which I find interesting. In Europe, boobs aren't sexualized as much as they are in the US. Yeah, culture is different in different places. It's also hard to say which culture does it right, especially with nudity and stuff. I think it's a very hard thing to talk about because it's hard to know how the average person, like, it's just hard, like, what someone might consider rape in the US is very different than what one might consider rape in Japan or like elsewhere. And so like the statistics of or like people just speaking out about different harassment and stuff, the statistics around that is so like blurry that it's hard to make like a strong statement on that, I think, like in relation to nudity, right? Because I feel like a lot of people would be like, oh, nudity is bad because more pedophiles or something, you know, which maybe not. Maybe there is. Maybe I haven't done enough reading on that. I don't know. The right to express info, ideas, and opinions free of government restrictions based on content and subject only to reasonable. But you understand that the thing I find complicated when I talk with people about like politics is that everyone has a different definition for the same thing. So even in that definition that you just said, Dino, people will define reasonable limitations differently. You know? So Order Pesos exists because it's all been censored and they want to see it. I don't know what that means. Order Pesos exist? What is that? I don't know what that is. I do think that I was like, what's an order peso? Is an order peso a thing, or you just auto-correct? Oh, predators exist because it's all been maybe. Do you know that for a fact? I do believe that censoring people that you disagree with is more harmful than good. I don't know if that's statistically true, but I think just on its principle, in my opinion, it's worse because you just push people into their own little corners, and they're more in their echo bubbles, echo chambers, whatever, you know? That's how I think of that. I do not know. That's another thing. A lot of people on the political scene are scared to say I don't know. And not even politicals. People in general, I think, are scared to say I don't know. Especially when they're in an argument. Because when you and politics in the US especially becomes very passionate and heated. When you're in an argument, it's harder to be like good faith and more rational, right? Yeah. Censors can hurt. I mean, when you censor kids to not say words, they use it more stupidly. Maybe. But it's not a black and white thing. Like, for example, using the word retard is looked down upon on Twitch, right? It's TOS if you use it in a derogatory way, right? So I've been using it much less. I used to just say it a lot. It was like my substitute for stupid. It sounds like a good word. It just sounds so nice. But I'm following to TOS because in the future, if I become a big streamer, I don't want to, you know, break TOS. And now in my daily life, I use that word much less. And I don't think it's it hasn't affected me in a bad way. So if it's affected other people in a good way and it hasn't affected me in a bad way, what's the harm? But that doesn't mean I think people shouldn't be allowed to say the word. I just don't think it's necessarily like the end of the world. I don't know. I think things are pretty chill generally in life in the States. What do you have to bring? How did I bring race into it? What? When did I bring race into it? I think more nuanced on this after going to Japan, to be honest. Because I was surrounded by more liberal people. I'm really happy with the fact that my parents are pretty conservative. My dad says he's not, but whatever, but he kind of is. And I live in New York, and most of my friends are Slack it to skip. Are like liberal and on the other side because it's just I feel like I have a better view of these things than I would if I didn't have those experiences. I don't know. I'm happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't get as passionate about these types of conversations. I get passionate about 2 topics, maybe. But yeah. Can you jump? Jesus. You see, Doctor, it's runs like this that I don't even give a shit that I only lose a few seconds. I just feel like such shit for starting the run like this. Well, I got Lackett to skip, but that I just want to reset. But I got Lackett to skip, so it's okay. But yeah, I'm very thankful to having that. Like, if I didn't go to Japan, I think I'd be thinking very differently as well. How do you feel about Hawaiian pizza? It's pretty racist. I don't know. Hawaiian pizza? Isn't Hawaiian pizza pineapple pizza? I also feel like a lot of people attach their identity to their politics. And view people differently based off their politics. I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely viewed people differently after knowing their politics. But I try to like suppress that urge because I think it's dumb. I don't know. To view someone that differently because of what they think. Not necessarily dumb, but it could be dumb. Loses 0.7. Yeah, I forgot that I got Lackett to skip, that's why. So I thought I was going to lose like 8 seconds. Hey, if I was going for the world record, okay, then I wouldn't be talking to you plebs. I would never be reading chat. Actually, even people going for the world record read chat. It's kind of crazy. Is it just me or am I getting canonless like almost every time now? It runs like this that make me feel like I just need to reset. True. Make you happy. But yeah, I think I don't mind talking about. The only thing that's weird to talk about is on stream is like talking to underage people about about certain topics. I messed that up twice in a row, bro. Because that's just sussy baka, you know? You are not. I'm not what? I said so many things because I'm so brilliant. I'm not what? Sorry. I used to be more absolutist when it came to like more conservative talking points. I'll be honest, I just love playing devil's advocate most of the time. Because I don't feel... I feel like most things most of us say is just... I feel like we believe too strongly in things, generally. So I like kind of making people rethinking about their position on things. If it's not that nuanced. Unless I wholeheartedly agree with them, then I'll be like, you know, then it's a different story, I guess. But I don't know how many things I wholeheartedly believe in, so. You are not gay? Yeah. I'm not. You're not wrong in that assessment of what I am. Just having the more nuanced, complicated discussions is not as interesting, I guess. And it's harder to have or to, like, think about. So, yeah. I think if I were ever to become more political on stream or become a political streamer, I would go crazy at a certain point. I feel like it's kudos to all those that do it, no matter what they think. Just for goddamn going through. Oh my god, I've never screwed that up before. Oh my god. I talk too much, bro. Jesus. A decent run turning in shit to shit. Where's girlfriend? You sound like my mom, bro. My friends would always come over when I was in high school, college, and like they're mostly guys, and my mom would be like, bro, like my mom and dad would make like jokes into like they would be like, bro, like, come on, bro, what the hell, are you gay or something? And I'm like, no, I'm not gay. Jesus. Not that it would be bad if I was, but I'm not. Like, like, I just don't have a girlfriend, okay? And if I did, I wouldn't bring her home. I have never had a girlfriend. You know why? Because girls are icky. No, because girls are a waste of time, okay? I'm a Giga Chad Sigma male that is a streamer, okay? That's why. No girlfriend. I'll be honest, like, people have told me, oh, girlfriend. Especially family. And I'm like, family. I'm a streamer. I'm a famous streamer, bro. I don't got time for no girls. And then they just look at me like I'm like the stupidest person in the world. My mom always asks, not always, but from time to time, she's like, when are you gonna stop this streaming thing? And I'm just like, I don't know, because I don't know. But yeah, I want to see some success before even thinking about stopping, you know? Where it depends. Maybe I'm black-pilled on that. Again, black-pilled is totally fine to say. Has nothing to do with race. I think I'm black-pilled on that. I don't know if... I think girls are too much time, too much money, no sexism there. Just, you know, just going out is too much money. And, yeah. Ignorance is bliss when it comes to girls. Ignorance is bliss when it comes to most things in life, for sure. Probably. Ignorance is definitely bliss. It's one of my favorite sayings. That's why I think people who are like dumber IQ-wise are probably happier generally in life. Because ignorance is bliss. Nothing about reality is objective. Bullshit. I don't believe that. Nothing about reality? Nothing? You don't think gravity is objective? All of your you see, that's where I think it goes a bit too far in the left direction and stuff. But I could be wrong. I acknowledge I could be wrong. It's hard to read that whole thing. All of your experiences and what you think is true is simply the result of illusions that you're saying. Yeah, kind of. Not everything, though. This and brain have combined together in order to tell your story. It's possible that you have hella... Oh, yeah, I thought you were making a serious point. I mean, maybe it worked slightly, but... You have hella bitches, but everyone's brain says... True! Bro, in reality, well, I guess, what is reality, right? But I might have a bunch of girls, but you know, it's just the way that society defines what a girl is not what I have. Ah! I'm screwing up a lot today. I will say I was less horny before girls. Are you trying to like prove to me that you're not gay? Sounds kind of like a closeted you sound like a closeted straight guy that's trying to deny his that he's straight. Isn't it a thing that like, I don't know if this is true, I've only heard it, but that people who are straight are like, or like people that are homophobic a lot of the times are like scared to be homosexual because they are homosexual or something? Like is that a thing? I find that so like bizarre and like interesting. And, like, isn't that crazy? I don't know if that's true, obviously, but I've heard it, and you guys probably heard it. I don't know how true it is, but don't look at chat. Don't look at chat. Remember, Pink, looking at chat here ruins the run. Come on. The song is mad catchy. I do not condone. I don't know. I don't agree with every part of the song. It's very political in nature, but it's a very catchy song. Come on. Yes. I can say I like men too. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think if I was speaking honestly, I think there's a type of guy that I probably think is like good looking, but I think that's about it. I don't know if I'd ever have sexual relations with a guy. It's moments like this where I just hope my mom's not listening. She would be like, "No, my son." I do like women though. Oh, come on. Can it like Texas tea. Where I go. Yeah, falling there kind of ruined that part of the run. I realized like I've gotten pretty, guys, I'm pretty proud of myself. I've gotten pretty consistent with being pretty decent at this game. Well, relative to before. And now like just making like mistakes that I would have seen as like small mistakes before feel like huge mistakes, and I'm still on pace for like a decent like time. I say I always see a nice butt, I gotta admit it looks good. I feel like certain yeah, certain people definitely have a nice ass. Certain guys, you know? This is definitely true. On guys or girls. Yeah. I will be honest though. When I'm looking at a girl. Yes! Okay, that's gonna save some time. Oh, I almost missed it. When I'm looking at a girl, like, the face is so big for me. Face is like the most important thing to me. I mean, the nothing is objective is technically true, but when you say nothing is objective, you're saying nothing is objective is objective. So it's, you know? When you say nothing is objective, you're saying that nothing is indeed an objective statement. Nothing is objective is an objective statement. So how can you say, like, that doesn't make sense? The truth of the matter is that most things we just don't know. Okay? Most things in life we don't know. And so the way society is structured, having an answer to something is better than having no answer at all. That's my opinion. I don't even know if I would believe that, but that sounds more correct in my head. Absolute statements are not very useful. I mean, I'm sure I make them too, but I try not to. I hope. Why are you arguing before reading? Because that's ping, bro. I'm sorry. I'm annoying. Nothing can be for sure proven, but it's kind of an Occam's razor thing. That requires a few assumptions can be considered to be the truth. Okay. Well, what I said still stands. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what I said still stands, but I do apologize. I do that too often. Do. It's because I'm doing a speed run. Nah, I do that even without doing speed runs. Let's be honest. I've never heard of Occam's razor, but that sounds interesting. We can assume the most consistent, simple, well-defined explanation, whereas a few assumptions can be considered to be the truth. But then, how do you define what's consistent, simple, and well-defined? Well, I guess it would be well-defined, but I'm not trying to be an ass, but I kind of am. I love playing devil's advocate and being an asshole. No! But to be honest, like, how can, I feel like at one point of time, people probably said the earth is flat, and there's probably good reasons to believe the earth is flat. Right? So, I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. If the simple, well, maybe it is, and I'm just reading too much into it. Can you get up, Mario? I'm just talking, bro. You know I love talking. I'm talking about your mom, bro, and how she came over last night. She says she's proud of you for getting the new job. I mean, like, someone can say the universe was created last Thursday. All your memories and every bit of evidence that suggests the universe existed before then was also made last Thursday. Yeah, someone could say that. And, like, I feel like our brains are so good at linking things together and making things sound logical. Which is why conspiracy theories are a thing, I think, right? Because you can connect things that have no reason to be connected and make it sound like they are connected. Like, we want to live in a world that makes sense, right? So we want to make sense of the world. That's how we feel good about ourselves, or at least that's what it seems like. So when you can say the world is filled with hatred, violence, war, corruption, boom, it's easy. That's an easy answer. You know why? Because there's no thinking involved. You've come up with your ideological world for whatever reason, and now your brain is happy. Like, but in reality, the world is more complex than that. It's just figuring out that complex thing is pretty much probably impossible. I don't know. And not as satisfying, right? It's not satisfying to say there are certain aspects of life that suck and certain aspects that don't suck. And it also depends on what you define to suck. And also, like, it's not as fun to go down that rabbit hole. Rabbit hole. You get it? Rabbit hole. But I think that's closer to what reality is. But I don't know. Who knows? God knows if that's a thing. Like, one thing I will never understand is... Ooh, we're ahead on time right here? What the hell? Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. That reminds me of that Vsauce video. Bro, I can't watch Vsauce videos. They're so, like... They look like they're good videos, but they're so, like... I feel like I would have to, like, smoke weed before watching it or something. There's no way to prove that wrong. However, it requires many more assumptions to believe that's true than that the universe is older than that. Gotcha. Yeah, all I was saying is that there's probably things out there. Huh? Yeah, that actually makes sense. It's called Thursdayism. That's the everything was made last Thursday. Oh, is that an actual thing? I thought Doctor just came up with that. Damn, Doctor. I thought you were a genius. I didn't think it was that genius. I just thought it was interesting. But I have to get closer. Yes! I'm not gonna look. And that's what happens when I don't look. Oh my god, bro. Wow, I haven't heard this song in a while. Bro, Mario! Stop being an asshole, Mario! I hate you, Mario. Thank God, bro. Jesus. Yeah. That took extra 30 seconds. Jesus Christ. I'm a genius. That's why I stated a known example that is used to justify the relevance when explaining it. I don't think you're a genius. I do think you're very... I think you're similar to me. I'm not similar to you because I'm older than you. Okay? But you're similar to me. Well, I mean, I guess everyone is... We must have certain similarities, right? For you guys to stick around this long. Right? But, your smartass type way of talking reminds me of me a lot, so... Especially when I was younger. Which I like a lot because that's how I am, I guess. Wait, can I make that? Oh! Oh, I could have made it. Shit. Yeah. I definitely think I am smooth brain sometimes. I get in this, like, train of thought of just wanting to, like this, what we're doing right now. Just wanting to talk about everything that's being said, even if it's a troll. I don't know why. I think my brain just activates into this weird mode where it's like, bro, talk about this, or else like you've already started. Continue, you know? What Dinell said, not what you said. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Hey, at least I have a brain, right? I think. I wonder what the best way to get to this is. Do you just have to wait for him to do that? Oh, if that didn't hit, I would have cried. I have to go like 20 minutes ago. Alright, see ya, bro. Thanks for pooping in, bro. Appreciate it. As always, BLJs will make or break the game. Gold? We got BitFS gold, and I could have done it like 4 seconds faster, possibly. Our best possible time has been going up. Bro, today we've gotten so many golds. I'm so proud of this community. This is what I'll say. I get along with people who are mad easygoing with their emotions? I don't know. Easygoing with what? Because I feel like I overthink things a lot, but overthinking is not necessarily not easygoing. I don't know, bro. No way. Why couldn't you do this like 6 runs ago, bro? God damn it, Mario. That was the fastest I think I've ever done that. If I do the same thing here, this is going to be my fastest BLJs, like, the fastest BLJs I've ever done in history. If this is one try. Okay, it is definitely not the fastest. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Man. It's because he keeps moving. He keeps moving to the side. I think it's the camera placement. I think my camera placement screws it up. I'm not gonna lie. I think I love giving myself excuses for being a bad player in video games. I think it makes me feel better about myself. That would have been so sexy, man. Why am I screwing this one up so much lately? Bro, just go! Mario! Oh, an asshole. I don't get it. What am I doing different? It like pisses the hell out of me. I hate not understanding things when I feel like I understand them. And this is one of those feelings. Like, I felt like I understood how to do BLJs. I was doing them easier here than the other one. And now the fact that I keep fucking it up pisses me off because I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. And it's like driving me crazy. I need someone to explain to me what I'm screwing up. If you aren't interested at first, then you just skip around, skim what you see. And if you are, you just talk about how interesting it is. Are you saying that's how I am? That's interesting. I guess that's probably how I am. Probably how most people are. Pick up your button input. I'm literally doing the same exact fucking thing. Like, fuck you, game. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm just done. That is how you are. If you aren't interesting at first, then you just skip around. And if you are, you just talk about how interesting it is. Do you think everyone is like that? Like, everyone must be like that, no? I tried to be fancy and I screwed up. Not just you? Really? So how are people normally then? If there is a normal. Oh. Ah! The most annoying thing is I'm screwing up on the last two parts of the run, like, consistently. That's the annoying part. I think this might be the last. My heart can't handle anymore. Normally people watch the video and then talk about if it was interesting or not. Yeah, that is true. If there's a video that you guys send me that I feel like is just not interesting, I just don't want to watch it. I mean, I feel like I'm nice for the videos you guys send for the weekend stuff. Sometimes I'll watch a video even if I don't find it too interesting, and I'll try to make it interesting and commentary wise and stuff. But generally, yeah, I think in real life, I'm definitely in real life. This is real life. And when I say in real life, like when I'm watching YouTube by myself, I'll definitely watch videos that I find interesting. And if I find them interesting, I'll watch it. Like I've watched like 5-hour videos before. Like, I tend to watch videos fully or barely at all. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I almost screwed that up. How do you know it's interesting? If you don't watch and then you skip parts. Because the concept of it is not interesting to me sometimes. Jesus, I don't know why I took that risk. Because it's less interesting. Because you're lost. Not really. For me, it's like... Well, okay. So if I'm watching a video on stream, I'll think about how interesting it is for chat. And if people in chat kind of like don't feel the video, then I don't want to watch it as much. Because at the end of the day, like what you guys want is what matters most. I mean, like what I want matters, but like doesn't matter as much. Which I don't mind. Like, for example, I was playing Ghost of Tsushima, and no one was watching. People were saying it was boring. I stopped playing it. Partially because it's less boring if chat doesn't like it, but also because people literally told me it wasn't fun. So that's how I kind of take that. Yeah. But sometimes, like, I'll just, like, meme it. I don't know. It depends on the video. Ugh. So the Japanese car video, you said, why spending so much time? Yeah. I felt like I got what I needed out of that video. Content, like, okay. So if I was watching that I'm trying to think. If I was watching that video off stream, I probably would watch it in silence and watch the whole video. If I clicked on it and I found it interesting. The aspects of that video that I found most interesting were like making fun of the video and like just like laughing at how like it was just a cool video, like funny for chat. I thought that was like the perfect video for a YouTube video, for Twitch stream, because watching a video with chat is very different than what. Oh, sub 30. We got 2140. There's like barely no difference. Okay. And I pressed the wrong button. watching a video with chat is very different than watching a video off stream. It's just different. Like, the way the video feels is different even. I probably would never watch that Noriato video outside of stream. I think it was really fun to watch it with you guys. But after like 5-6 minutes, I don't know what else I could have gotten out of that video for chat or for myself. That's why I skipped it. It's because every car is different. It's not the same car for 10 minutes. Yeah, for you, that's interesting. For me, it was, yeah, that's why it was good content. But like after like 5-6 minutes, I got what I wanted, needed out of it. And the concept of the video, I was already done with in my head, if that makes sense. I don't know. I get certain vibes from chat a lot of the time. For example, if no one was talking for like 40 minutes straight, I would... That's a bit different though, because there's people who lurk and stuff, but like... There's certain vibes that I kind of feel. I don't know if they're right or wrong, but I go off of those vibes. I decide what to do sometimes based off those vibes. You missed the Attack on... Oh, they had Attack on Titan cars? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Some other ones too. So in that case, when I said, oh, like... what is this video? If he said in chat, like, yo, you missed some, like, Attack on Titan cars. They were pretty cool. Maybe I would have been like, oh, that's cool. Or maybe I would have been an asshole and been like, bro, I'm done with this video. Which I feel like I am too much of an asshole sometimes. But telling me definitely helps, I think. You really are smooth brain? Am I? Am I that dumb? I don't know. Maybe I am. What video would you watch? For stream or for off of stream? Off of stream, I basically just watch like some politics and then like some entertainment. Like, watching videos off stream for me is like my break time. So I don't watch. I try to be very methodical in how I do things. It's kind of weird. So, like, let's say tomorrow I wake up, I might start watching YouTube videos. I would watch who I'm subscribed to. So maybe like I do watch chess videos sometimes. I don't really watch meme. I don't look at meme stuff anymore since I was like in high school, maybe college. Maybe I'll watch a Miskip video. I always watch Miskip videos and Destiny videos. And then I'm like, okay, I'm getting too lazy. I'll like wash up, whatever, go on my computer, start making YouTube shorts, doing whatever. And when I feel like I'm tired, I'll lie down in my bed and maybe watch another Miskip video because he posts like 2 a day. Like I don't watch many videos anymore. For stream, for stream. Oh, my bad for reading that late. For stream, I don't know. I haven't pinpointed it yet. I think that's the thing. Like, I want it to be enjoyable for you guys and enjoyable for me. Like, that's the perfect. Like, if it's enjoyable for you guys, it makes it more enjoyable for me. So, that anime car video was enjoyable for both parties for some time, I think. I don't know. I think my problem is I don't know what my target audience is. Like, everyone talks about it. It's a bit like funny to talk about. It's cliche, but I feel like I don't know what my target audience is because I'm interested in so many different things and at different times that I don't know. Like sometimes I want to be just a dumbass, and like when people troll, it's just like that's the vibes. But sometimes I want to be serious. Like right now, we're having a more interesting, serious conversation. I don't know. I was like that in high school, really into politics. I'm not even that into politics. I just watch it because it makes my brain like think about things. It's not so much that like I'm getting into the politics of it. Not who you watch. Since you're doing speedruns, you should watch some. That's the thing. I don't want to watch stuff on Super Mario. Bro, I spend like hours a day looking at it. When I make YouTube shorts, like I don't want to watch. Like I do watch Simply sometimes. I watch Simply react to world record speedruns. I watch Simply a lot in terms of Mario content. I don't like Summoning Salt. I don't like that style of content. I don't like very formalized styles of content, maybe. I don't know what I don't like, bro. Definitely changed over time though. I don't like Summoning Salt videos much. They're very, I don't know. Like, I guess I could tell you what when I'm watching Miskiff, I'm thinking, okay, this is a 10-minute video. It's pretty short. It's gonna make me laugh maybe 2 times. It feels like a break from other things. That's why I watch Miskiff. When I watch Destiny, it feels like I could have him in the background while I'm doing other stuff. And occasionally, he might say something interesting. I might pause, and then I'll think about what he said. I'll think about how I think about it. And just that thought process I like that. I like thinking about things. And that's like what I feel like when I watch Destiny. And then if I watch like Gotham Chess, which is a chess channel, I'm thinking, oh, like he's funny sometimes to me. So that's funny. And then he'll talk about chess and in ways that could help how I play chess. So I don't really, I guess I watched Ludwig a lot more recently, and Ludwig is great to see how he makes videos and how he comes up with ideas, and it helps me kind of think about ideas for Twitch and YouTube. I kind of have a purpose for what I watch, I guess. Or I try to. What's wrong with watching the history? It's like really well made. No, I've watched that video already. The Summoning Salt. I've watched Simply's reaction to that video. I watched that months ago, or when it came out, whenever it came out. I watched it like when Simply reacted to it. I watched that a while ago. That was a good video. When I watch Simply, it's like YouTubers are their character, right? Like the reason you watch me is not because I'm the best YouTuber or the best oh my god. Or the best speedrunner, definitely not that, right? It's because you know me. Like it's for me, I'm assuming, right? That's kind of how probably most of us watch stuff. You learn what you learn and when it becomes important. You like thinking about how you think about other people's thoughts because it makes your smooth brain tingle. Yes, I'm fucking with you. But you're not wrong. I do like thinking about things because it makes my brain tingle. I just like talking to you. It's pretty gay, bro. Which is fine, bro. It's fine. It's 2022, but I like that you like that. I don't know. Like the younger viewers of the channel, I think don't give a shit about these types of conversations. Some of them actually do. Some of them find it interesting, which is cool. But yeah, I don't know what my target audience really is. Because I don't have these types of conversations all the time. But sometimes I do, you know? Are you saying you're gay? No, I'm not gay, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm not gay. Bro, I've like perfected canon lists. What the hell? I like never screw it up now. I'm so surprised because there's no intellectual process by which I'm like doing these things at this point. I've gotten to the point where my hands just like are good enough to like, isn't that fascinating? Like about life, bro, you got me in my like fucking talk all the time state of mind, but isn't it crazy that you could learn a piano song and never forget it, or learn a speed run and never forget it? I like how you say you like making your brain tingle, but don't like Vsauce. I like making my brain tingle with other people. Or Vsauce is too slow. I feel like he dramatizes everything and he makes it he does too much. He's like, not that I can't handle his brainwaves. I just don't like. He sounds like he's like a smart, like he thinks he knows everything, and I don't think he's necessarily like that. But I just don't like listening to him. And his content it just seems like he's like this genius that knows everything. That's how his content sounds like it's made, and I really hate that. Like, I forgot to do the trick. I don't like that. That's how Vosh sounds. He's like another political streamer. The way he talks, and it's nothing against him. I guess it's a personality thing. I don't know. But Destiny, like, he'll make dumb jokes sometimes. Like, it seems more chill, you know? You sound like you know more than Vsauce. That's what I'm saying. Like, I probably don't know more than Vsauce. I think, like, a person that doesn't like how I talk would listen to everything I'm saying right now and be like, bro, you're full of shit. Like Vsauce knows what he's talking about. You just sound like you're full of shit, you know? And I would understand that. I think people just click with different types of people, and I just don't click with the Vsauce type of person. Oh my god, I screwed that up. If that makes sense. I feel he explains things piece by piece, because when it goes fast, it can be a lot. Maybe. To be honest, also, I haven't watched I couldn't get through one video of his, so if I went through an entire video, maybe I'll change my mind. I don't know. I try to qualify a lot of what I say when I'm talking seriously more recently, because I think it's important to portray exactly what you think when you're talking about things seriously, or at least it's important to me. Let's go. I thought that might be gold. You probably just don't like him for whatever reason. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the way he talks and the way he, like, it seemed like psychologically, it's subconsciously maybe even, it just seems to me like a way that's like he's sounding like a smartass or whatever. Like, maybe that's what it is. And so I just don't like it. But I think that's how we are, right? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people who clicked on this channel, heard me talking, and was like, bro, I don't like this. You know? He's ugly. Or, I don't like how it looks. Or, he made some messed up joke. I don't like that. Or whatever reason, you know? I think I know what I screwed up here before. I have to keep remembering it, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's we're weird as humans, you know? You don't like certain YouTubers because you hate certain accents. Exactly. Like I like PewDiePie a lot. I think the people I like tend to be people who seem a bit humble. Maybe? Wait, nah. I'll take that back. Who are a bit easygoing about the way they talk about stuff. Who feel very genuine to me. People who feel very genuine to me and who are interesting, I guess. I don't know. No! Shit. Yeah. Like, I like PewDiePie, but I've talked to people who don't like PewDiePie. And when I ask them why they don't like him, it's like, it's not like a particular, like, reason that they hate him or whatever, you know? I think it's kind of fascinating, to be honest. Like, why is it that that we're like that as humans? I keep messing this up. That's not good. Like, nothing against the video, but I get annoyed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure people would get annoyed listening to me. Like, 100% sure. I get annoyed listening to certain people for sure as well. I think, you know, everyone's probably like that. Which is why I think, I'm saying I think a lot, but I honestly believe that it seems like people are really at each other's throats nowadays, especially in the States, because everyone's in their own, like, area of life, especially after the pandemic, where you can't go, well, now it's different, but especially in the beginning where you couldn't go to work, and you were staying at home. Like, you don't interact with people that you don't like, or that you don't interact with people you don't like as much nowadays, right? Because a lot of the time spent by people is at home or with people they like. But maybe that's wrong. I don't know. Because then again, like, before the internet, I'm sure people would just spend time with people they like and that's it. But if you have a friend group where you don't like one of the people, you know, on the internet, you could just ignore that person, maybe. But in real life, you have to still interact with them. I don't know. I'm just thinking about this on the spot, so I don't know. Yes. I thought I might miss that. Oh, that was a great song. Why did I do that? I tried to be fancy. Stop trying to be fancy. Don't look at chat. Don't look at... Okay. Yeah, I'm really interested in that you don't like Vsauce because he's genuine and nice. Yeah, that's why I also say, like... like, he could be nice. Like, I don't know. Like, he seems like he's nice, whatever, but... Maybe I'll watch him again and I'll think differently. I don't know. It's not logical a lot of the times. I've noticed that when I dislike people at first, I become close friends with them later. Also, like, you disliked me at first, right? I think a lot of people disliked me at first. A lot of people I've spoken to have, like, good friends of mine have said that they've disliked me at first, and then they got used to it. I think it's because I probably sound arrogant. Or like a know-it-all or whatever. I think my prediction is I think it's because of that. I'm annoying. I sound like a know-it-all. But then when they get to know me, they understand that I'm just like a dumbass at the same time. You're arrogant and a know-it-all. Nah, not like you. Oh, okay. Chinatown. Whoa. We just got gold bit DW, and I think I fell and died at a certain point. Damn. Yeah, you're a dumbass. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems to me like when people first meet me, because of how I look like a teacher. A lot of people say the way I talk sounds like a teacher, whatever. And so it's like, but then when they get to know me, they're like, bro, you're stupid, you know? And I kind of like being seen as stupid more than everything else. Yeah. I was a teacher, yeah. But even before I was a teacher, there was a guy that committed suicide in my high school. Just got dark real quick. And I thought I missed that. And the last thing he said to me was, "Damn, I could see you being like a Harvard teacher or whatever. Like a teacher in Harvard, a professor in Harvard." And that kind of stuck to me. But like also just when I was younger, I would help people understand concepts in a way that teachers wouldn't be able to sometimes. And I really enjoyed that. But even people who don't know that I'm a teacher would be like, bro, you sound like a teacher. Like I've gotten that before. Not so often, but I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah. There was a girl that killed herself, and the last thing she said to me was we should hang out. Damn. I hope you don't feel guilty about that, though. I at first felt guilty about this guy from high school. I didn't know him too well, but like, I barely responded to him, because he was like one of those guys that was like the cool kids. Listen, I was cool. I just said thank you or whatever. But I thought back then, I was like, what if I just said, bro, I could see you being something? Like, if I said that, would that have changed things? I used to kind of feel guilty about that, but let's be honest, bro. You can't change the past, and you never know what would have happened, so. You wish you did hang out with her? Yeah, but you don't know what would have happened. You don't know what would have happened. Imagine you hung out with her. You became really close with her, and then she still ended up committing suicide. You probably would feel worse. Bro! Toad, talk to me. I think it's hard to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's worth thinking about that stuff, because you can't change the past. The only use of thinking about that stuff is if you think you're going to change... Is if you got a lesson out of it, and you'll change your behavior because of that. But, yeah. I was close to her? I think I was. I don't know. Then you probably weren't if you don't know, right? Damn. I have to figure out some other way to jump. Maybe I'll do the triple jump. The side jump seems risky a lot of the times. I'll never talk about her death in a serious matter. Yeah, I don't want to talk about this guy's death in a serious matter too often. I had a kid commit suicide in Japan in one of my classes. The first year I was teaching. He went to 6th grade, and he committed suicide. Because, bro, middle school sucks ass, no matter where you are. But Jesus, the thing is, I taught him when he was in 5th grade, and I was gonna start teaching him in 6th grade, because he went to the same middle school that I was teaching. I taught at 4 schools. He went to the same middle school, and then he Yeah, he committed suicide in 6th grade. Before I could even teach, I maybe taught him once in 6th grade. And the 5th grade teachers they were crying, bro. I felt so bad for them. Yeah, I don't know if you can stop someone from doing something like that, you know? Yes, I caught it. I knew her would talk all the time. I also know a guy who said that he used to follow a streamer who committed suicide. It's just I think it's more difficult than just talking to them once, you know? Even people who go to therapy there's no use blaming oneself for stuff like that. What is useful is understanding what to do in the future. So I read more about what to do if you think your friend is like contemplating it. And one of the most important things is legit talking about it. Like, talking about it is important. Being truthful. If someone you think is contemplating like suicide, ask them, are you feeling suicidal? And a lot of times they might be like honest with it, and that's what I've heard. Don't quote me, but and then trying to be empathetic in any situation like that is important, of course. I'll joke around about her death, but never be serious. Oh, like when she was still alive, or after she died? When she was still alive, that's that's kind of sad. Yeah, I've learned to just move on and not get too sad. Yeah, best you could do is try to learn and move on, right? Sometimes I was curious what life would be if I killed myself. Of course, bro. I'm sure most people think about that. Well, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if most people thought about that. I've thought about that. I don't think I would ever do it, though. Mostly because Jewish guilt. The guilt I would put onto my family. That's what just like... Because I know no matter what happens after I die, it will hurt people that are still living. That's the only thing that I know for sure about, like, committing suicide. Everything else, who goddamn knows? Who knows if there's a God? Who knows if there's no God? Who knows if I get reincarnated? I don't know. You know? What's the point of, like, thinking about it? I could make the best decision by doing that, or the worst. I would rather just not make that decision. After her death, I would say something like, damn, haven't seen her in a minute. I don't think that's a terrible thing, bro. I think saying that publicly is a scary thing if you want to have a job in the future. But I think that's normal. I don't think that's crazy. Because the way I deal with, like, bad times is exactly... Like, that's the way I dealt with his death, to be honest. Like, that's the way I deal with, like, shit. Like, sad shit. Always. I joke about my dog dying. And he has cancer right now. Like, it makes it easier for me personally to deal with that. But I think most people think that's crazy. I wonder what my friends would do or say about me. I don't know. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know. What if you told them that's what you thought about her death? Great. I almost died. Yes! I took the risk. Hit it! Hit it! Oh, I almost died. I almost died. I almost died. Teleport. Teleport! Or do that. That works too. Shit! I suck! Man, what happened to... He hasn't dropped any music lately. Yeah. I like to joke about death too. I don't like to... It's not that I don't like to, but I don't talk about it much because I think people... I think that's... People find that crazy. Me and one of my friends, like... I don't know, we're crazy. Like, his mom was in the hospital, and we're like joking about it. I don't know why. It's just so much easier to deal with that stuff by like going that route for me and my friend. What would they think of me? They would probably fucking cry, bro. If I was a good person, if I was kind. I don't know. I think the biggest emotion would be sadness. That's what I think. I think the biggest emotion would be sadness for most people that know you. I don't think they would be thinking as much of, oh, he was a terrible like, if anything, people who really love you will cry and try to think about the good moments. That would be my assumption. Look, a decent run ruined by BLJs. What else is new? I take it back. Oh my god. Never mind, I don't take it back. There are people who think I'm a shitty person. Yeah. And the people that think you're a shitty person, maybe one or two of them will be like, oh, thank God he's dead. But I don't think most people... I think positively about people in that sense. I don't think even people who think you're shitty would be like, oh, I'm so happy he killed himself. I think you have to be on a certain level of like an asshole, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. Or you have to really hate a person, I guess, to think that. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Would you be happy if I died? Because then I wouldn't unsub. I didn't even think of that, bro. I'll probably try to get into contact with with your family to make sure you do unsub. I've seen actually someone do that. On Reddit, I saw a post where someone was like, "One of my viewers died. How do I deal with this? They're still subscribed to me." Yeah. Plus, I think eventually your credit card or whatever would be gone, and I wouldn't have access to it anyway. So, like your parents probably would like cancel it or whatever. I guess theoretically, the best case scenario would be someone who follows the channel, subscribes, tier 3 subs, and then dies and has no one in the family, and then I'm just getting $25 a month for life. That would be the best case scenario financially. But like, I don't want that to happen. Name God Monkey after me. Bro, shut up. Don't kill yourself. If you have these thoughts, go to the suicide hotline, okay? Probably made everyone leave after that convo. But it's okay. You know why it's okay? Because I suck at BLJs. And I was doing so well before that at this point, I think I might just end the run. I finally understand why people don't get sub 20 or new records. I was 23 seconds ahead, and now I'm a minute behind because of BLJs. I'd be subbed for 100 years. Bro, that's $5 a month, okay? $2.50 after Twitch takes it. You think that's enough for me to be like, oh, I wish he died? No. Give me 100. You give me $2,000 a month? Nah, I still wouldn't want you to die for $2,000. I don't think I would want anyone to die for money, for me getting more money. And that's not because I'm like this amazing person. That's because I'm not in such a dire position for money. I think if I was homeless and if I was dying and I was starving, which I think is very hard to starve in America. But if I was starving and I was that poor, maybe my mind would go to that. I wouldn't be surprised if my mind went to that. Like, oh, if this person dies and I get money, I would be happy. But generally not something that really crosses my mind. I think that's a very easy decision to make for no amount of money. But that's also because I don't value money that much. I think a lot of people value money more than me, and for better reasons. I don't need to value money that much now. Like I said, if I was like starving, I would obviously value money more, but yeah, I don't really care about money the way a lot of people do, maybe? That was very slow. It's none of my... Bro, shut up, Dinell. Don't do that. I know you're trolling, but like... it's like... Don't do it. You know why don't do it? Because you don't know what happens when you die. But you know that you could have insane, crazy experiences that you don't know about when you're alive. That's something you know of. That's not something you know of when you're dead. You don't know what happens when you die. BLJ are definitely RNG for you. Probably for most people, because I've heard this be the killer for people. I'm tired of repeating myself, but it's literally like annoying when you get something so amazingly and then it goes away. But it's fine. Then I'll never make you mod. Love to me. Yeah, I just won't make you mod then. It's not in the way. See, I feel like most people, because I'm willing to have these types of weird conversations with anyone pretty much, I feel like most people, I don't know. I think that's part of what makes me weird. And sometimes I feel like an idiot, or I feel like, I don't know, I feel weird for engaging in those types of conversations. If I don't become mod, then I'll come. Bro, shut up. Don't even joke, bro. That's another thing. I'm not, so I would say I'm like 90% the same on stream as off of stream. But the 10% of me that's different is probably like making dumb jokes. And the reason why I don't make them on stream is because like, or sometimes I make dumb jokes, but it's this very hard like feeling of like, I don't know who's in my audience. Like I know who is, but I don't know who's had certain experiences that relate to what I'm talking about. But at the same time, I want to be able to say whatever I want. So when I was younger, I would just be like, fuck it, I'm saying whatever I want. I don't give a shit. But as I get older, I'm like, I don't mind saying anything, but sometimes it's just not useful. Like I don't need to say something, get the same point across, and everything's good. And if I say that thing, it could like piss off certain people. So I don't care if I piss someone off for saying like, I don't know. I don't care for certain things and I care for other things. And I have no good reason for why I care for one thing over the other, actually. Maybe I should just joke about everything. Did your elementary school have a playground? Yep. Like, should I care about making dark jokes? I don't want to care about it. But I also don't want to make people feel bad. But then maybe I just don't want an audience that would feel bad about dark jokes. But I also don't want an audience that's just making jokes to like troll and piss off other people. Because that's not my intention behind making those jokes. You know, I think it's a very hard thing to figure out the answer to. As a streamer. Was it big? Define big, I don't know. When I went to Japan, the playgrounds they had were huge. I had a big-ish playground, maybe, but it was concrete on the floor. Bro, what the fuck is this shit, bro? Just go up! Oh, that worked. Sometimes I feel it, bro. Sometimes I feel it. I like this song. Yeah, I think it was kind of big. You're a city boy, so I wonder. Yeah, that's a good point. Do you have sand? Do you have sand in your playground in elementary school? You know what I think a lot of my problem is when talking about this stuff also? I've heard so many conflicting things, and I've thought about it in so many different ways, that I just don't know for myself what I really think about a lot of things. It was soft tree bark. Wait, was it actually? That's another thing I learned while being in Japan. Bro, the way I explained America to the Japanese kids was legit like my experience in New York. And at a certain point I realized that. When I showed them my school and how it was like this big school, but you know, the playground was not sand because their playgrounds were sand. I realized that like shit, I don't actually know how playgrounds are in other parts of the country. So I started to like tell them that. It's hard to like look at yourself and realize like shit, my experiences are just my experiences. They could be like a tiny % of what people actually experience in the world or in the country or even in the city. You know? So I try to keep that in mind more often when I explain things. That's why I'm also not confident in certain things I say. Shit. Fuck you, fucking fire bullshit. I think the longer I stream, the more comfortable I'll be with being more myself. I don't like being more myself. I don't like saying that, actually. What the hell was that? Not being more myself. That's the wrong way of saying it. Because I don't even know if there's a self to be more of. You know? How could you be more of yourself when you're different amongst friends, different amongst, you know, family, different amongst coworkers? There's no one you. So I take that back. More so like different sides of me will show the longer I stream, I think. Like I curse a lot more now on stream, and that's because I'm playing this game. You know, that I guess that's an example. But generally, I think, I don't know, this is probably how I am. Yeah, I guess I guess this is not interesting. I don't know if it is, but I guess the parts of me that haven't been shown are probably parts like with certain people. So if certain people came on stream, I might act slightly different, but I'm mostly the same. If I was speaking in Japanese, I might act slightly different, but I'm still pretty much the same. If I'm having sex, I'll act slightly different, but I'll still be the same. Not gonna do that on stream, you know? I don't know. I don't know why I went into this. I haven't thought of this much. You could be that a minority. You live the life of a Jewish American boy. People don't care about Jews in that way. Jews are not a minority in the eyes of many because Jews are successful. If you look at like statistically, I could be completely wrong, but I feel like Jews are pretty successful financially. So people don't give a shit about Jews because of that. That's my honest take. I'm a semi-religious Mexican-born outer city boy. I mean, the amount of Jewish people in New York, I think New York has the second largest population of Jews. So still the minority, but that word doesn't mean much to me here. I know a lot of Jewish people. I know a lot of people who aren't Jewish. Bro, New York is just awesome, bro. You know everyone because it's fucking New York. Okay? You go to Japan, 98% of the 99.8 or 98% of the country is Japanese, you know? Very different. I mean, you grew up with Jewish lifestyle which influenced you? Kind of. Not really. My parents weren't so religious. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot to press for BL. Damn it. I forgot to press for BLJs. Now I don't know if Bits was probably not a gold, but damn, the run was so good till the end. Jewish lifestyle is not Jewish culture. Studying hard influenced me. I got good grades until I graduated college. After college, my life was completely different. I will say parts of the way my parents raised me is what I saw in Japan, which is I think more respect. That definitely influenced me. More respect for your elders or whatever, like just more respect generally, maybe. Yeah, but I wouldn't say there was too much Jewish lifestyle influence. I don't know. Those customs gave you a different perspective compared to mine. Yeah, but I think what gave me the biggest perspective change was I legit wholeheartedly believe that the biggest perspective change was two things. One was growing up in New York, which is very, very liberal, with conservative parents. Getting that like perspective of two different sides was like beautiful. I love that. I'm so grateful for that. Because that changed my perspective on a lot of things. A lot of things. So I think that's a big thing. And then the second big thing was moving to Japan. Living in Japan specifically caused me to understand that I know a lot less than I thought I knew. Yeah. I think every American, I don't know if this is true. See, I try to qualify everything now, but it might be true that if every American traveled abroad, and not traveled abroad, lived abroad, I think they would have a wider and perspective about things and be better people. I think I became a better person by going to Japan, and I don't think it was because of Japan per se, but because it was a totally different environment that forced me to see things differently. All right, that's surely not a PB. That's still a PB. How much time do I spend on that area? I'm trying to make it so it's not a PB for bits. Oh, it shows actually. My personal best. Okay, so this is not a PB. Yeah, there we go. We got a green though. 2141. We went from 2155 at the beginning of stream to 2141. By the way, Dinell, this is why I've considered to become a political streamer. And this is not even politics what we're talking about, but like political or just like talking about these types of stuff. Because without even realizing it, I enjoy it more, I think. We've been going on for 5 hours, 12 minutes. And like, I still feel good, you know? I think I will end stream though, because I do have to do stuff, but you know what I mean? But at the same time, sometimes just gaming is really fun. So I'm still confused on that type of stuff. I still don't know. I don't know if I want to become that. Just talk about politics all day. Like that sounds like so boring. But interesting a lot sometimes. Or like psychology, politics, all that stuff. Okay, I'm going to end stream though. Plus, I'm sure you have different perspectives because of your upbringing than you might not even realize. Or maybe you do, you know? There are positives and negatives with all of it, you know? Yeah, I think I'm going to end stream. I think I got a lot out of that though, to be honest. I think I got a lot out of it. Thank you to all that followed. Thanks for it shows all the stats from last time, but I'm just letting you talk to see how Kung you'd go. I could go on forever. I've had like 8-hour I've had very long conversations about this type of stuff, bro. It's not good. And I feel like a lot of it is a waste of time, which is why I don't know if I would ever get into politics. But anyway, I would go on forever. Thanks for watching, guys. All 10,000 of you. I love you all. All homo. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. My bad. I talk too much. What is that? Anyway. You miss her? It's not a good time, bro. We're ending